response this morning. Good morning. Now, before we start, I would just like us to do something very simple. I know that we're somewhat seated in patterns of maybe some level of connection, but it would just be good to meet someone sitting next to you that you've never met before. You can find out their names and what they do very briefly before we get going. Someone you've never met before. Part of the reasons why we do events like this is not just to come and listen, but to network and connect. Just meet someone sitting next to you or a couple of seats next to you. Great. I see some people are still yet to move. Talk to someone. Fantastic. All right, so we get started right about now. It's my pleasure to welcome every one of us to the first in-person edition of the Africa Retail Congress. And I'm glad that you all made it to this place this morning. I can assure you that the time you will spend here is going to be awesome and time well spent. This morning, we will have conversations around the future of retail on the continent of Africa. And the reason why we need to have or begin to have this conversation is because we have over 1.2 billion persons on the continent of Africa. And there is this new revolution that we're experiencing with respect to retail on the continent, coupled with the fact that there is already a policy that enables free trade across different regions that hitherto had been changed by the reason of regional blocks. We also know that the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is something that enables countries now that were formerly separated by borders to do business across climes. And so if you're a business person, these are exciting times to live. These are exciting times to do business, as well as the fact that there are challenges doing business in this time. And so when we talk about retail, we're talking about how to get your product, your service, or even people to the last mile, right? And we have very distinguished guests this morning that will be walking us through a lot of exciting topics that would shape our mindsets and open us up to the opportunities that exist as far as retail on the continent of Africa is concerned. And I crave your indulgence to please make the most of the opportunities that abound here today. Without much further ado, I would like to welcome upstage some distinguished guests. We are all distinguished guests. But for the sake of the conversations that we'll be having this morning, it's just important for us to have some people lead the conversation, and that's why we'll be bringing up the following persons. I beg your pardon. The first person I'd like to bring up stage is the Dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome him to the stage. The next person is Mr. Leo Stan Eke. Please, let's welcome him again, please, with a round of applause. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. The next person is Mr. Haresh Kezwani. Please, let's welcome him upstage. And Mrs. Wambui Mbarere. Please, let's welcome her upstage as well. Okay, I think that we can encourage them by putting our hands some more together. While we wait for other members to join on the stage, it's just important to get a feel of what our expectations are with respect to today's event and the conversations that will be taking place today. So if you'd allow me, just put a couple of persons on the spotlight. Just share in a sentence or two what your expectations are from today's event. If you want to give it a shot, please feel free to raise your hand, else I might just as well do the honors to welcome us to take the reflections. Anybody that wants to give it a shot? Okay, sir. Can you please tell us in 30 seconds what your expectations from today's event is? Very briefly. Good morning. Please tell us your name. Okay. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for him. All right, so we go straight to the welcome address to be taken by Professor Chris Ogbeche, who is the Dean of the Lagos Business School. So please join me in welcoming to the podium this morning, Professor Chris Ogbeche.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Made in Africa Retail Congress, hosted by the Lagos Business School Africa Retail Academy. Some of you will probably be wondering, what are traders doing in such a place? This is an initiative developed by Lagos Business School to nurture the next generation of Africa retail professionals, practitioners, and captains of the retail industry. The Academy represents the first ever Africa foray into a comprehensive and self-paced retail education, and is the brainchild of concerned professionals and academics who have come together to generate knowledge on retail essential for all operating in the Africa retail scene. This is in recognition of the importance of the retail sector to the economies of most African countries. And retail is actually the largest employer of labor in Africa. It's not the multinationals. The Academy, since its launch in 2021, has successfully executed 3 self-paced certificate programs, a mentorship program, and 2 webinars with more than 1,000 participants from across 4 continents. When the idea was nurtured, most people were skeptical. Say, will traders be interested in a formal education? They know it all. But amazingly, they believe that the more they learn, the more money they make. The COVID-associated events of the last 2 years are without comparison to any other in distant memory, most especially with the ferocious changes it introduced to the retail landscape, and not only in Africa, but across the world. And not just COVID. one billionaire who lives in Russia decided to invade another country. And that also introduced its own problem, which of course many of us call the supply chain problem. And those of us in the retail space happen to be the people that suffer the most with this particular issue. Within this period, retailers across the continent have shown agility, grown less risk-averse, and expressed innovation in meeting the ever-changing consumer behaviors and industry demands. Many of them decided to go back to school and learn e-commerce 101. Which is why it gives me great joy that you have chosen a time such as this to deliberate on the future of retail in the continent and how to position Africa as a retail hub. The teaching, research, and practice of retailing in Africa have long been undecided, with different hard-to-neglect essential challenges facing the sector. Predominantly, the sector is informal, yet complex and highly differentiated from other retail ecosystems around the world. What will you say about the unique on-the-go channel, which many of us call street hawking? Please don't ever use the word street hawking. The real name is on-the-go channel. In 2021, the industry was valued, that's the retail industry in sub-Saharan Africa was valued at almost $400 billion. So you can imagine how big this sector is. And it accounted for about 20 to 50% of the GDP of many countries. Nonetheless, formal education on retailing is deficit in the continent, leading to talents engaging in retail as a stopgap while they continuously search for better opportunities. And that's why when many people lose their jobs, the first thing they go into is retail. So this is a stopgap on my bus stop. Let me look for a better thing. But amazingly, retail can be a very, very profitable business if you set your mind into it and do it properly. And that's the reason why research has shown, or studies have shown, that 24% of retail employees had been with their current employer for less than 24 months, against 18% in other industries. Also, only 15% had worked for their current employer above 10 years, compared to 24% across other industries. So it should not be seen as a stopgap, but should be seen as a proper profession or a proper business. So access to the continent's retail market has significantly remained impeded by infrastructural concern, which has continually decreased national economic growth by 2 percentage points annually and reduced business productivity by 40%. Access to electricity, internet penetration is at 40% and 43% respectively, which is the lowest in the world, whilst only 31% of the total road kilometers per 100 square kilometers of land are paved. These are the issues and problems that retailers in this part of the world are battling with. If we can improve on them, you can imagine how retailers will thrive. So if retailers can make success of the business in these hard times, what will happen when we improve the infrastructure? It is therefore my hope that this maiden Congress will serve as a premier platform to access the best thinking around the future of the industry as guidelines to navigate the essential challenges in positioning the continent as a retail hub. It is also my wish to see recommendations from this Congress put into use by stakeholders in the retail ecosystem. On a final note, I thank the Africa Retail Academy and our faculty members, Professor Uchenna Uzo, Professor Louis Nzegu, Chidi Okoro, and other members of the planning committee for putting together this August Congress. I wish you all a fruitful Congress and have a lovely time, and see you in the evening, because this is just part one. Part two will follow later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together once again? It's very difficult for you to listen to a prof without learning new terms and new concepts, right? How many of us got the name that he introduced to us this morning about Hawking? What did he call it? On the Go channel. So Prof is moving us to the next level of our engagements, right? So our vocabularies can improve going forward. And this is to set the tone for some of the things that we will learn today. And at this point, please permit me to welcome upstage again for the welcome or opening remark by the conference chair. His name is Professor Louis Nzegu. Professor Louis Nzegu, please, let's welcome him to the podium.
Thank you, Professor Dean. It gives me a great pleasure and indeed honor to speak at this August gathering. In the opening session of the Made in Lagos Business School African Retail Congress. First, may I thank each of our speakers, fellow academics, retail executives, distinguished guests, and practitioners operating the Africa retail scene for taking part in this event. I also want to thank all our audience who have joined us today, visually and also in person. The LBS Africa Retail Congress seeks to start a dialogue and address several questions about retail essentials in our ever-changing world. It has become more and more evident that the conventional way of doing business and necessity and radical changes in the new normal. As the COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of the digital economy continues to change the rules of retail, discussions on how to effectively position Africa as a retail hub have become critical. Through this Congress, we aim to share experience and address how best to tackle some of key issues impacting the growth of African retail in the constantly evolving landscape. I know that the event team, Future of the Retail, Positioning Africa as a Retail Hub, may bring up a number of questions, but there is also a question I want to propose to you today. Consumers have changed. Has retail changed along with them? Buying behaviors are also taking on a different look. Workforce models are also adjusting. Consumers are very savvy today and exposed to various brands across the globe through the internet, representing a significant reoccurrence of where and how people shop. Through online trading, retail brands and many more companies can reach previously unreached markets with a click of a button. The retail sector in Africa is nonetheless dominated by the informal sector. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic amid the ever-evolving consumer needs and technological transformations have exposed the inefficiency of Africa's retail ecosystem. Africa, a continent home to about 16.7% of the world's population, is consumer-driven, with largely informal retail that is complex and very undifferentiated. On the other hand, there is a shift in the preference of African consumers from informal shopping outlets to to modern formal retail, and African retailers are thus leapfrogging to new business models. The fact that Africa's population is a lot younger than the rest of the world, according to the United Nations Population Division, is an important point for retailers to consider. These people have similarly different tastes, preferences, aspirations than the older generations, and thus will be reflected in their demand for different products. With more than 50% of retail revenue contributing to GDP in many countries of Africa, and given the large market to cater for, market for promising outlook for the growth of Africa retails evolves. These are important points that will no doubt be discussed in some of our panels today. The discussion framework we have today is not perfect, but is agile and robust, which addresses questions including what is the future of Africa retail as the consumer behavior and technology evolve? What do emerging trends in post-pandemic Africa mean for businesses in the continent's retail ecosystem? How can retail organizations reposition that growth in Africa? What policies, initiatives can encourage retail expansion in Africa? It is worth also recalling about Einstein's dictum, and I quote, "To each problem, one should always try to find the simplest solution, but avoid solutions that are simpler than that." But then, what are those issues to confront, to manage, to despair? This will be discussed in the coming sessions, and I believe our speakers will have some good ideas today. I wish you all a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the opening remarks. There were two things that really stood out for me from all that was said, and the first is the fact that we are experiencing a change in consumer behavior on the continent of Africa, and of course globally, because of the disruptions that are going on in our world today. And the second thing he talked about is the change in demographics. The younger generation, which constitutes bulk of Africa's population, prefer these days to do their shopping online. And these two factors combining together presents loads of opportunity for players in the retail industry, as well as enthusiasts and those that are seeking to get into that space. So there are loads of opportunities. I'm sure that we get to know more about all of these in the course of the conversations as they unravel. But at this point, we will take the keynote address from someone that is very much well celebrated on the continent of Africa and indeed across the world. His reputation, I mean, if you don't know him by now, then we might just need to put a big screen to introduce him at this point. But to do justice to the person and the achievement that he has achieved in terms of his contributions to retail and, of course, the development of our continent, permit me at this point to read through his profile. If the multimedia can put that on the screen, that would be fantastic as well. Okay, great. All right, at this point, I've been asked to cut the introductions, but please permit me to bring to the podium the first man, the first African to design the computer on the continent of Africa. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Leo Stan to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dayo. Let me observe protocol. I can't imagine how I'm living this area today. The traffic, I couldn't dream more. I'm sure you've seen my profile. It's a privilege to be here. This commitment was digitally gotten. I was in a very tough meeting, and Madame called me. So she thought I consented to be here. There was a letter of commitment after, so I decided to be here. So I really want to appreciate the management of the school. I'm not sure there's a university doing retail in MBA or moving to e-commerce? Any university in Nigeria? Okay, so this is the first time I'm hearing about a strong seminar or session in retail. Now, mine is simple. I've looked at the agenda for the day. A lot of these detailed discussions will be held, but mine is more of an inspirational talk. I decided to blank myself on looking at any statistics, global statistics, because African data are not reliable. Because you look at the process of collecting the data, so how can you believe something you don't trust the process? And I believe in trust economy. So I have interest. I'm happy to meet Harish here. We all started almost the same time, but they're gone, so they are very close to heaven. I chose tech, rightly so, as a young man. I was very clear who I want to be. I think God designed it that way. So I never took alcohol. I never tried cigarette. So I'm a little bit abnormal, but I wanted to deliver three things plus one. One is to deliver, first as an Igbo man, integrated retail in Africa, which I haven't achieved, but I'll tell you a little bit of story. So a lot of you can pick a few things here. I'm sure the people I have here want to do retail. You want to go into retail business, or you are there already? Fine. Now, that's digital democracy, government policies, because when you elect quality leaders, they give you quality policies. So I've achieved that by doing INEC. It was a big headache, but I was able to capture 69 million numbers, clean numbers, no underage, because I use a lot of analytics. Deployed 600 servers nationwide, brought in 17 747 400 body aircraft in this country 2 weeks, and captured credible data. They're upgrading it, they are mixing it up, but at least we have a basis. Now, the second thing I wanted to do was to capture, to be part of census system, so that people, when they are young, at a young age, you can actually capture their real age. 2, you get their iris. 3, you get their true biometric. Now, at old age, any person can quote anything. So you need a real identity of people. Nigeria is still struggling with it. I think that will happen very soon by the grace of God. Now, the third one, which is why we're here. As Igbo people are traders. This is what Igbos are known for. My grandfather was a trader. My mother wasn't a trader. My father wasn't a trader. But I wanted to advance retail. Mind you, 92% of successful Africans started as retailers. Do a study in this. From Aliko Dangote to Mike Adenuga to Leo Stan to any person you think about. They started hustling before they now took their paths to today's glory. And retail is a sustenance of an economy. The informal. Let me leave. Okay, the fourth one is airline business. Airline enhancing the movement of goods and passengers, goods, and other services. That I will not touch because age is not on my side. At a point, you need to tell yourself the truth. But I was going to power a very powerful airline about 7 years ago. But the man became the president of Pakistan. 2 weeks after he came to visit me, we had a meeting. He was a petroleum minister. And I told him I wasn't going to go that again. I'm happy with what APC is doing. But still, there's no internal cargo movement by air. So the last time we had flood, Aliko's factory was blocked somewhere. It took 4 days to take goods to Abuja. So it's like the first thing I asked you here, do you have helicopter service that if I'm stranded here, I could be taken 2 minutes and I landed the other side of Lagos? Okay? Because everybody is blowing siren. Now, so these are a few things I wanted to achieve. But let me talk about retail while we're here. So when I went to school, I did economics in India by accident. And after that, I wanted to read computer science because this brings us to the future of retail. I listed Cork City University, Ireland. I was discouraged that Nigeria would not see computer. Africa would not see computer in 30 years. My parents bought it because my mother had a British education. And I changed to do risk management. I was focused on being a businessman. And after risk management at City University, with Nottingham University, a one-year program, I decided to do LLM in business law. I wanted to know the law behind business and international business. And this is why I'm sure you read my recent scandal, my first and recent scandal, where somebody said I defrauded in 170 million. Okay, so in the life of my business, all my companies globally, I've never had any court action. Okay? And of course, I was threatened, I should pay money, otherwise I'll be assassinated. How can you assassinate me? If you want to assassinate me, why do you tell me in advance? Only cowards. And that's why my last lecture to those I'm mentoring, I say cowards are not successful in Africa. Because I have a few friends who have been exploited by blackmailers. They continue to pay until their businesses went down. So if you want to kill me, why do you have to tell me if you really meant to kill me? Before, and I got a letter, and I inquired, there was nothing. It's just somebody who wanted to divert our money. We have a system. And his partner refused, and he said, "Leo Stan is a rich man. Let them defraud me. If they blackmail me in the press, I will negotiate." Why do I have to negotiate? I'm 66. So I paid my price. My children continue after this. Okay? But the law will sort out that. So these are some of the things the new business will bring. Blackmail is a business. It's a powerful syndicate. They work with lawyers, powerful lawyers. They work with media people. Okay? But you must have guards if you really want to do business. Now, on the retail side, I didn't have a degree, so I don't have a certificate to show you on LLM. I started trading. I went back to IT. I brought in Amstrad into Nigeria, Apple into Nigeria. And during exam, they said I must pay my fees before I took the exam. I considered the two. And I left the exam hall and used my money to launch business. So this is how I entered business, and then I pioneered desktop publishing and the rest of it. So I'm a disruptive entrepreneur. This is what I chose. And if you have to be a little bit abnormal. You don't dream stupid dreams. Okay? So maybe you learn a little bit on my retail strategy. So I started hustling. But I was focused on building a structured business. I entered the IT sector, started delivering. It was retail. But there was something I told my parents when I wanted to go. Early in the morning, 5:30, I woke them up. I said, I'm going into business. But I'm going in as a child of trust economy. And I'm going in as an orphan and as an only child. My father was an only child. So he nearly started crying. He said, "But I'm here, your mother is here, and your brothers and sisters are here." I said, "I just want to tell you that you will not be able to advise me because you don't understand what I'm doing." He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going into IT." He said, "So how do you raise money?" I said, "Nothing." So when I come to finance, and I said it to the last guys I was mentoring, Cadbury, Unilever, they do not pledge houses to get loan to expand their franchise, to expand their company. It's only in Africa that you bring your father's house, you bring your land, you bring your shop. The banks are making money off you. So how do they compensate? They are not part of the risk system. So I started retail, and I took it to the next level, getting branches across. And what I want to leave with you, Africa cannot change 360 degrees in the next 50 years. A lot of us will go before the new kids, but the new kids must be prepared with the fundamentals to get it right. So, but my strategy was to buy every office I was going to expand. Any place I was expanding, the office must belong to me. Because a landlord, your competitor can pay the landlord to quit you. He has disrupted you. Nigeria has no infrastructure. There's no industrial clusters. So you can't wake up today, you have a business, you go and rent a warehouse. Warehouses, we are in competition with churches. Because they don't take bank loans. They just prey on some smart guys, they donate the money, they outbid you. Okay? So you must focus on security. I'm sure you saw one warehouse, if you're coming down this way at Ikate. I bought that warehouse, total cost about 9.8 billion. It's been sitting there for 5 years, so I'm preparing for future. Okay? It's a waste of fun. If the government if I had a business, I'll go and rent for the period. If the business fails, I pack out. Another person will pay. And for you to have a warehouse system, clusters, you need to have power, you need to have technology, so you create a cluster. People on their own will beg to come and order service. Now, this was my strategy. I built my first market, modern market, 27 years ago. With 399 stores. I called it Kes Plaza. I named it after my grandmother. I bought one of the biggest markets in Abuja. I'm sure you would not associate me with retail. Okay, because when they talk about the stand is tech. It's over 1,000 stores. And maybe my brother here, Nnamdi, doesn't know I own Satellite Market. He has a shop there. Okay. None of my friends, including Stanbic, IBTC, all of that, they don't know I own the market. Okay? Now, part of my strategy was to do this across the nation. It wasn't going to cost the new generation of retailers any money. What you come, take a shop, I get your government to pay. I give you equipment to demonstrate, be it cosmetics, electronics, computing, whatever, tire. But I build, in each market, I have a big warehouse. So now, if you go to First Star, you see about 7,000 square meters unbuilt. That's what that place is for. Okay? So I have a warehouse in each of this market, big warehouse, massive. Even in Onitsha, built inside the market. Okay? Now, I was going to form an integration. The second problem in Africa is fake products. So I was going to get manufacturers, use those warehouses as their backbone, so your job, you don't need to invest. If you conclude a deal with a customer, we will deliver, because we have logistics to deliver to the customer's base without difficulties. Okay? Now, this hasn't worked out. And age is not on my side. But this is an ambition. Okay? And what do I need to integrate with technology? Okay? It hasn't worked out, but I hope it will work. Including Uyo, inside the market. I did all this across the nation. Okay? But it hasn't worked out. So, this is my bit. But let me not talk about where we are headed to. I always advise people, don't go into business that you fight with a big man's son. Are you with me? Fine. Retail is not a big man's son's business. There are few things you must do in retail. I'm seeing Harish, maybe after 7 years. I'm talking about preparation to have quality retail in future, where Africa will host. Now, when we talk Africa, we talk about Lagos, Nairobi, Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and Co. That's not Africa. The population is sitting on unreached communities. Because the cost of transport to go and buy and come back, all of us, if you go to the village, there's a next door neighbor who is not organized, okay, the mom and pops, that you buy a tin of pig milk and sugar, mineral, First, there's no light. Okay? Maybe she's privileged to go and buy cubes of ice block. The future retail will leverage on what we have today. And it was on that, with that thought, that I was going to Abuja. I said, how can I make this happen? And I talk about e-commerce. So this is how I pioneered the first e-commerce company in Africa, Breakout Africa. I was thinking about how to take this to final destination. Immediately I got out of the aircraft, I called my lawyer. I said, go and register this. And he registered it. But I failed. I forgot there was no credit card, no debit card. And I hired a very expensive staff, the MD of Microsoft, West Africa. The highest salary in my company then was about $700,000. His salary was $4 million. That was the ambition. But we couldn't scale after 18 months. Okay? And we shut down Breakout Africa. But I mentored Tunde. Tunde was the guy who founded Jumia. When Harvard invited me in 2010 to be the keynote speaker for their global conference. So I met these Nigerians, I mentored them online. So I was happy he launched Jumia, and then Sim Shagaya launched Konga. And 2 years after I failed, my son came back and he wanted to play music. I said, come on, you are not like Davido, even though he's your friend. You can't tear your shirt on stage because you're a gentleman. So tell me another thing you want to do. He was a good producer. And he said, okay, you want to go into the business affair. That's Nnamdi, my son, Prince. But he wants to combine it with physical stores. That was very smart. So he created the first composite e-commerce company, combining physical retail like Nnamdi was doing, or still doing, and then putting digital behind it online. I said that's a clever thing. So the first day we launched 4 stores one day. So this is how we all started. Before then we acquired Konga. But the crisis on the high end of retail, let me tell you the truth. E-commerce in Africa in the next 4 years will not hold 5% of the retail sector. In Nigeria, it's below 1%. But it's a business for the future. Now, Jumia and Konga destroyed it because they were fighting. I always told the young people, money must finish one day. The little you have, you must hold it. If you are relying on banks, you are joking because the bank can go under. So you are out. And if your competitor has more connection with the bank, you will tell them to kick you out. So, when retail is one business that you can build trust and go to high heavens. And I want to tell you here, I use myself as a testimony. So I started business with no money, but trust. The guy who gave me my first loan retired this year as my PA, Vipinsha. He was the first Apple distributor when Apple wanted to hire me out of college. Because when Apple read their roadmap, I said, you don't have Africa. I raised my hand as a student. I said, you don't have Africa in your configuration. And Africa is an emerging economy where there's no budget, no population control. They slip a note and say, Stan, you are right. I met them in Hilton Hotel. They said, can you work for us? I said, no, I came here to learn, to take it back to Africa. And I was very clear on my destination. Now, he gave me my first credit. And I did some deal. The day they paid me, they devalued the currency that day. I nearly committed suicide. Chevron paid me 4-point-something million. I paid in the check about 5 o'clock in Broadbank. By 9 o'clock news, they devalued the currency. For 3 days, I was upside down, but I called him. And he said, Stan, when can you pay? I said 6 months. He said 2 years. So I braced up, I continued. But I was one of the luckiest entrepreneurs because in the first 3 years, in the first 3 months, somebody walked into my office. I thought he was a fraudster. He paid me 3.8 million naira cash. Oji Carlos' wife was a bank manager. I thought it was fraud. It was fake money. They checked it. They said it was okay. I went, I didn't sleep all night. Early in the morning, I was in Ally Bank. A friend of mine said, Stan, just withdraw some to see if he connive with the bank. So I withdrew small money. They paid me. Now, another one advised me to transfer the money to Union Bank to see if they connive with them. I transferred the money. When you say Nigeria is not working, I laugh. Then, statements of account were typed with a typewriter. Okay? And if you transfer money, if you pay in a check, it was 5 days, if you are lucky. For the 4 days, I was so stupid. Every morning, I'll go to Union Bank, Lagos. The secretary to the manager will tell me, no, it will take some time. I will go tomorrow. Until finally, I came the 5th day. The money was in my account. I went home and prayed. I said, I will stick with this country. And that money was $4.2 million. That was when the Naira was about 80 kobo. Okay? Now, why am I telling you this? I was a bloody retailer, but very ambitious to take it to the next level. When you're a successful retailer, you've done accounting, okay? You've done sales. You are a storekeeper. You are a logistic expert. You are a driver. You are an HR professional. So this is taking it from the grassroots. Nandi can run this country closing his eyes. Because he's sweated. So what I tell the younger ones, your lifestyle does not go with it. Do you know why Nigerian restaurants and co fail? Businesses fail, retail stores fail. If you own a retail shop, you don't go to parties. Because in the evening, you're doing inventory and sorting the right assortment on the racks. You don't go and stay in the church, night vigil. Okay? And you have to be cost conscious. Every penny you spend must be budgeted. I see retailers supplying free food to their pastors. What you give on social responsibility is not your capital. You give a percentage of your profit. Okay? So, there's an attitude to do the business, and this is where we are headed to. The simplicity you have today is that technology is the bomb. That's why when we acquired Konga, we wanted a payment system. Okay? We combine it with retail. We have the online. Logistics is zero in Nigeria, underfunded. There's no driving school that certified drivers and motorcyclists. Lagos State government is looking for money. I advised them this many years ago. Set a school and put a sensor that if I put my remote, I know who is the owner of the motorcycle. And I know who if he's licensed. Exactly what they do in Europe is technology. You flag him down. But you need to go basic science. They don't know what is zebra sign, no driver, because they are not trained. Okay, so you buy a brand new truck for 80 million. It's either they kill somebody and they'll kill the driver and you lose your truck. So these are some of the crises. But don't be afraid. If you are in Nigeria, today we have light. 20 years ago, most capitals today don't have light, and they were missing light. And these people who are drinking bottled water, it didn't exist. People were using allium. After it rained, they crush it and put the allium. It becomes colorless, and they drink it, and they never died. Okay? So, where are we headed to? Is the informal sector critical to our future? The answer is absolutely yes. You have to transition from one point to the other. Now, I've just basically touched on some fundamentals, things you need to put right. This guy, Haresh, is looking normal today. When Haresh started, he and his brother, because they are very close to me, they were not sick. But I think they were going through HIV. It's the stress. I've been in a shop to buy drinks, and the attendant was asking me the first time, do I want to pay for this? I was looking at her. I said, what do you mean? He said, okay, do you want to pay for all? She killed my spirit. And there were people behind her who are supposed to check the receipt. Basically, because she looked at the value of what I was buying, so she wanted to cheat a place. I think I told your brother. So for you to have a future, I'm using myself, and I'm talking about Africa. So when you talk about retail, Nigeria is down, down, down. These are the guys who are running retail, the hypermarkets. But the clusters have to do a lot with the mom and pop shops. But you now see a country like South Africa, they moved over 300% what Nigeria has. You see Kenya, the M-Pesa has caused a revolution. I actually expected this country. I'm not a politician, and I don't discuss politics. That now we are transitioning from old currency to a new currency. That would have been an opportunity, okay, for a fintech revolution in this country. You know why? Central bank can never supply enough new currencies that would touch my grandmothers and fathers in the villages. So how are they going to celebrate Christmas? In the next 2 months, this country can issue debit cards and POS flooded across on that financial inclusion strategy. And that is very simple. Very simple. The men are here, the technology is here, other resources are here. So why are we moving from e-Naira to printing Naira? Are you with me? I'm sure they have good reasons. In 21st century, most times, you remain deaf and dumb because too many people are talking. Okay? So this would have helped the frustration. If you are carrying Nigerian debit card, you must have cash because you can eat in a restaurant, you put it, it doesn't go through, you will not leave the restaurant. And I can tell you I experienced this yesterday. For something, Sheraton? 4 point. I forgot my bag. And I wanted to have a quick one. I said, first of all, madam, how much is lunch? He said 13,000. I said, please process first. Because you'll be embarrassing. I finished lunch, I don't have cash, and they can't process the payment. They will not allow me to leave. And I was in a hurry just to grab salad. I didn't want to go to process or order salad. I just jumped in, took some salad, and then off I go. So they processed the payment. She said, why? And I told her the story. She started laughing. Okay? But I didn't want embarrassment. Otherwise, the social media will say Leo Star was stranded. That Leo Star is broke. Because I've been in a hospital to see somebody, and the next day was front page that my doctor told me to stay off drink, off alcohol, and cigarette. And I've never tested one before. Okay? Fine. So these are precautions we take. So let me now, because I've looked at the agenda, the main discussions will be carried by these people. But let me tell you, don't lose hope. If we lost hope, I entered technology, not for the money, but for the passion. But technology is on its own, is not on its own alone. It spreads. Okay? I'm sure you could see what online is doing. A lot of you are thinking of e-commerce. Let me tell you what will happen in future. Investors are waiting, which is also part of the problem here. A lot of you who are merchants on e-commerce platform will earn the confidence of next generation of investors. Are you with me? Because we have merchants. To run an e-commerce, you have to be on drugs. When I acquired Conga, I was giving them 400 million naira cash every month, outside the typical investment of across the nation, and I'm still giving them. This is 5th year. So I always remind them, as if I was buying houses in Lekki I would have owned 100 duplexes, and no person will know. Because the technology cost and a lot of analytics is huge. You spend about 200 million on that. This month and next month, Konga will spend 650 million on marketing. I just saw some of the alarm posts as I was coming. Are you with me? That's madness. Now, we will survive because I understand supply chain, and I've trained a lot of people in supply chain. And we have infrastructure across the nation. But it's a very tough business. So in retail, you don't leave faults. Be real. Retailers, Nnamdi is wearing jacket because either if you see him wear suit or tie, he's going for a meeting, an important meeting. Okay? Because you must know the business to teach others. Now, where are we headed as an African hub? We're already there. I look at the government policies. I look at trustworthy data. Because today, Nestle cannot say, we are launching this product, the demography, this is where we are going to sell more. Are you with me? They don't have the data. Because somebody communicated to the president, Nigerian population is 257 million. They will announce it. The newspapers start quoting. What are the people who died? The digital rollout, why I'm interested in the business school doing retail. If you understand what is retail, e-commerce, if you are a digital marketer here and I test you are here, I employ you. We don't have them in the country. And these are the guys who earn big. Everybody is a retailer. The day my daughter delivered in New York, 2 hours later she sold goods, worth 157 million. So for women, okay, that's a business to sell. If you are known for quality bags, people will continue to buy. So, putting it this way, whether we like it or not, we are big consumers. And when I talk retailers, I'm not talking about grocery, FMCG. I'm sure you know about the pharmacies. Okay? It's a whole huge business. Cosmetics. Okay, I can tell you here privilege. Konga Health just signed L'Oreal. I'm sure you know L'Oreal. That's #1 in the world. It will be announced next week. So you have a privilege of having it. Okay, that's the biggest cosmetic company in the world. It's a French company. Now, so across verticals, so retail is not just, but there are people in retail today, the disappearance speed in that sector is very huge. A lot of 419 people are also into retail to show they have a business. Are you with me? But this is why Africa must be a hub. One, I like to deal with people who don't have population control. Okay? I'm sure you will know how many my friend has married in a few weeks. Frankly, I encourage it. But remember, today's polygamy is not the same as yesterday's polygamy. Isn't it? Today, the mothers are educated. They are competing to train their children out of best school. Okay? And this is consumption data. 2, Nigerians are providing infrastructure, Africans are providing infrastructure for themselves. At a point, there will be cooperation and people start working together. Okay? The third one is that bankers are getting choked. Who are the people giving them cash flow? They are retailers. I remember when one of my companies, in a bad day, they make 2.5 billion. In a good day, sorry, in a bad day, they make 2.5. In a bad day, they make about 500 million. In a good day, they make about 2.7, 2.5, 5 billion. It's possible in this country. Nigerians are big consumers across, be it in cartridges, be it laptops, be it phones. The The third one is that why a lot of us will survive is that the banks will realize that if they don't give us a loan, go and check all the loan portfolio approvals for all banks for 2023. More will be huge on giving out loans because there's competition. Technology is still hooking them because they can collect the money as you sell. The fourth one, it's, today every person is buy now and pay later. Okay? That enhances our profile. But why a lot of people will buy now and never pay later is that the data they submitted is false. A lot of people are carrying Nigerian passports who are not Nigerians. Are you with me? Okay? Now, when people start spending on credit, that's when you have a market. Nigeria today is a cash and carry market. When the aircrafts are full during holidays for the white men, they are traveling on credit, but they will pay. I discussed this with Obasanjo when he was president early in the morning and actually initiated NIMSI. That was how NIMSI was formed. If you don't have a true identity of a people, you can't extend credit to them. Are you with me? And he said, Stan, but we have biometric. I said, biometric, anything can happen, but the iris can change. That's why when you're traveling, the white man says, just move back, they capture you. It doesn't change. This can change, can alter. Okay? So, the supply chain is a headache, but I see also a movement of a lot of multinationals coming to Nigeria, Africa. They are looking for stable economy. Okay? They are looking for stability in our currencies. They are looking for stability in our security system. Okay? That there are very few cities you can trade in Africa. Okay? So I just thought to discuss retail is a serious 3-day intensive discussion. But I just thought I'd do a little bit of inspirational talk. The e-commerce would hold the future, but in Africa, not too soon. Okay? Don't ignore the mom and shops because the informal sector will enhance, like I said, the profile of the formal sector. Now, today in e-commerce, we are getting those mom and shops as our last mile delivery agents. Are you with me? With Konga Pay, they have a POS system. So in your village, you can buy from Konga, and we deliver because every person that owns a small bar shop or kiosk in the village is popular. Are you with me? That's where all the rumors go. In the evening, they sit there. So he or she is popular. But what we are trying to do, the future, is to reduce the price of items. I'll give you a good example. My village in Imo State, in Mbitoli local government. Now, the people from Owerri buy from the guys in Onitsha. The guys in Onitsha buy from Lagos. Okay? The guys from my local government buy from Owerri. The guy from my town buy from the local government guy. And then the guy from my village buy from the guy in town. Are you with me? Fine. Now, while you also think about retail, you don't need to be a direct participant. You can provide logistics. Okay? You can provide logistics. And take ownership of that sector. People must use you. Okay, so there are a lot of verticals that will come out of retail. Okay, so having said this, it's a very depressive business. And do you know about the minister called GUC? I've never met him before. He's a Christian. When you are depressed, I don't want to talk about the fraud in the business. But in Congo, if you steal, we'll catch you up. We've never caught a person. And he said, it's not this amount because we are using technology. Okay? And where we catch you, you must pay. Now, when you are depressed, because there are a lot of disappointments, when you are depressed, listen to that track. In the morning, it will encourage you, knowing you, GUC, Minister GUC. I've never met him. Okay? It will calm you down. You reflect and know why you're in this business and you continue. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please, we can do better. We can do better. Let's appreciate him some more. Sir, okay, you can take your seat, but I think his presentation has been a blend of humor, insights, and inspiration as well, right? I mean, so many talking points to take home from here. But I think it's important to just get some feedback and some questions from the audience. So if you have questions, the mic will come to you. Just signify by raising your hand wherever you are. I think there is the first person there is one person, and then the second person. I think for the sake of time, we'll just limit that to two. So one and the man in black. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Stan. And coincidentally, I'm here. Something happened like 2 months, less than 2 months now. I went on Conga. Sorry, this question, of course, is an opportunity to ask here. And then I wanted to make an order for a laptop. And they say you can buy now, pay later. That was not my interest because I can afford it. But there are some information that was being asked. We talk about trusted economy. And at a point, my BVN was being asked. My NIN was being asked to input those data. And I can understand how some guys are very perfect in terms of hacking information. And so I couldn't trust to move forward. And I shut down. I wanted to test the CEO, which I have opportunity to know. But I stopped. Now, the question is, I could have like many of myself, maybe 1 million Nigerians that are in this particular shoe of mine. Sorry, sir. How do you think this can be taken care of while we continue to drive the e-commerce business? Thank you, sir.
I think there's a need to change the microphone. It's difficult for those on the stage. Yeah? The sound? Okay. Oh, great. So please, can we? So please, can you summarize your question in one sentence, please?
Okay, in one sentence, you talk about trusted economy. I'm a Nigerian and I'm still battling with this trust issue, going online to get something. Sometimes you can do it, but at a point where probably I want to buy and pay later, the questions will be strict. When I mean the questions, what you need to fill, informations, identity, they will be strict, ask for your BVN and the rest.
Okay, let me...
So I had an issue with it the last time and I shut down. I couldn't continue to process.
Okay, let me
how
tell
do we
you.
manage it?
Okay, so you can't be a hub if you don't have security, okay? If you don't protect your customers. If any person used your money, we know the person. I'll give you an example. A very big man here called me, oh, Stan. He mentioned to somebody, and the person called me. I said that they abused his account, his wallet in Conga. He didn't tell me, so I called him. He said, yeah, Stan, it happened, but it wasn't a lot of money. I said, well, your password, either you gave it to somebody or something like that. But do you want me to find out? But if we get a person, we're going to jail him. He said, yes. If I call the name of the person, you all know him. And in 2 minutes, I called my back end. 2 minutes they gave me. He's his son. It was his son, his first son. Are you with me? He used it to place an order in Abuja while they live in Ikoyi on Borderland. Are you with me? So I say, my brother, do I jail your son? He said, the boy is a stupid boy. But the boy cannot be stupid if somebody didn't give him your password. Are you with me? There was something I missed on trust. And I want to encourage, that's why I say Nigerians shouldn't lose hope. The banks are playing with us today, the finance companies. You don't need to trade with cash. But the day your bills are due, you must pay. And I'll give you a good example. I'm a living testimony. That's why when that guy said, my people want to defraud him 170 million, I just laughed. And I took it as a policy. I've never borrowed from any bank before. Why do I have to borrow from a bank? But I don't sleep well, like most of you will sleep. Because if the account is due, and they are not small accounts, I must pay. Whether the currency, policies here is like Nigerian appreciation, Nigerian currency, devaluation, and appreciation. You see what has happened in the last 2 weeks? In the last 1 week, it never happened anywhere in the world. The currency depreciated from 700 to 900, going to 1,000. 2 days, it's back to 700. And some people bought at 900. Okay, the guys who are suffering more are the village, the small people, the mom and pops. But if they have inventory, then they are dead. Okay? So that's the trust. Let me take the final one. Okay, let me take one lady. Okay, I'll give you a chance, but I'll make it smart. Okay, let me not abuse the lady. Let me just take the lady and then go. Okay? You have my number so you can talk to me. Let me take the lady first.
Okay, good morning, sir. My name is Gloria Inunaya. I teach e-commerce and platform strategy here at Lagos Business School. And I'd like you to shed some light on e-commerce in the service industry. You've been speaking a lot about products, but in terms of, we have marketplaces that match people to professionals, doctors, lawyers, and so on online. What do you think are the opportunities in that segment? E-commerce in the service industry. Thank you.
I didn't get a final question. What?
I said, can you shed some light on the opportunities of e-commerce in the service industry? So online access to doctors, lawyers, and so those kind of professionals. Because you've been speaking a lot about products and commodities. Thank you.
Okay, now, e-health. Madam, over 13 years ago, the federal government, I wrote a proposal, and the federal government paid me. I deployed e-health across the nation. You know where you have the special, if you are a consultant, you will stay in my village because they don't even understand who you are. So the young doctors can stay in local government, but they do online consultations. Are you with me? Fine. Now, e-commerce is like drugs. Konga, one of the pharmacies we partnered with, online pharmacy, with Konga. We're giving special rate, additional 10% discount, we deliver free of charge to your location, any drug you order. Our interest is to make sure genuine drugs are delivered. Outside Lagos, Abuja, even inside Lagos, there are a lot of fake drugs. So you see people are still taking drugs and they are dying. Because that's business of fake is an industry. Okay? Madam, food. There's nothing outside e-commerce. That's why it's expensive. But if you get it right, okay, and every successful e-commerce is driven by the founder because you'll be ready to take the pains before the pleasure. Are you with me? Now, e-commerce in Africa was launched with style. You see a child who had 1 year experience, his salary is 1.1 million. He doesn't know how to write query. Okay? So these are the gaps. But if you are teaching e-commerce here? So, madam, I'd like to engage you. So, madam, give her my number. Thank you very much. Okay, take my number and then you talk to me. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Apologies to the man behind. We are not able to take your question at this time. But please, if you still have further questions for Mr. Stan, kindly write them on a sheet of paper and then pass them. Someone will come to the aisle to take the questions. If there's one thing that I'm taking away from this is the fact that there's a lot of opportunities in the retail space. Like they say, the retail is like a gold mine, but it takes a lot of work to be able to bring out the value that is in the industry. So we'll proceed at this point to take another special remark from Mr. Aresh. But before he comes up,
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just before Mr. Harash comes on stage to give us his remark, we would like to present a small package to Mr. Leon Stan. Okay, please. To handle this would be Professor Uchenna Uzo, who is standing in for the Dean of the Lagos Business School. Thank you.
Where's the gift? Where's the gift? Okay, on behalf of Africa Retail Academy and Lagos Business School, would like to say a very, very big thank you to you, Leo Stan, for honoring us by being present here. As you said at the beginning, it was a sacrifice for you to be here. You had other engagements, but you have communicated your passion, your dream, and your energy. And I'm sure we've taken away a lot that will be useful for our businesses. So as a token of our appreciation, we have a gift, which we would humbly advise you to open when you're at home having lunch, not before. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, so we take it a step further this morning by taking a special remark from someone with vast experience in the retail industry. As a matter of fact, he has over 40 years of experience playing in this field, and he has grown his retail business from a single supermarket to becoming a very dominant player in the industry. Mr. Aresh Keshwani is the CEO of Ate Group, and at the age of 29, he pioneered the second generation retail in Nigeria through the birth of the pack and shop. And since then, he has not looked back. Aresh always advocates to every leader to be legacy-minded and to focus on the next generation and human capacity building. He practices this philosophy through multiple initiatives that are set in motion, such as the next gen role model workshops to mentor budding entrepreneurs of Nigeria, a farmers club and academy to teach farmers how to improve the yields and reduce wastages, and SME development workshop to train and inspire future business owners. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the podium Mr. Aresh Keshwani. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will begin with first thanking LBS to have taken this initiative to set up the retail curriculum, which is like a dream come true for me. Being an Indian, most of you know, when you talk about Indians, you always think business, and that's very true. And retail is a business where you connect with your people. And who are we talking about, these people? It's a simple question, but a very complicated answer. When I talk about retail connects with people, typically the answer would be customers. I would like to add some pointers to that. Retail is connecting with first your people, your staff. Because retail is all about by the people, for the people. Typically as a shop owner, you know that because you practice that every day. You talk to your customers, you try and be nice to them, and you make sure they're happy. But the moment you want to expand your business and you move away from there, who's taking over that role? That's the rule number one. It's all about your people first. If you get your people first properly and they understand what it takes to keep a customer happy, your half job is done. The third would be your suppliers. They are also people. How do you build relationship with your suppliers? How do you build trust? The word trust has been used this morning. How do you do that? Credibility is the key word. But how do you get credibility? When your customers support you. When your people support your customers. Retail can be a pressure or it can be pleasure. But what is the difference between this pressure and pleasure? One and only one word: passion. So pressure plus passion will give you pleasure. But most retailers and their employees just do not know how to develop this passion. And Leo did mention the retail business is a hard business. There are no Saturdays, there are no Sundays. And I want to give you a small story on that. I came to Nigeria in late 1978. Then we had probably in the whole of Africa the largest and the most modern retail setup, much bigger than South Africa. We had the likes of Kingsways, Leventis, UTCs, Maloney's, and I'm sure you know all these brands. Few years after I have settled myself in Lagos and in Ibadan, what happened to that first generation stores? They started to collapse, they started to die. So here we have an organized, well-oiled machinery, which I would state with great pride, we are probably the largest in the whole of Africa. What went wrong? You, the second generation retailers, need to understand history. We don't have the time or the luxury to learn by our own mistakes. How can you learn by other people's mistakes? And thus, LBS to bring these things together is the best thing I can see. This is one of the most happiest moments of my life. So I thank all of you for coming here today and listening to us. But due to paucity of time, I've just been given few minutes to speak. I'll try and give you a few pointers. So those of you who are passionate about retail, you've got to understand you need to invest in your people, and do not believe that you are a boss and your employee can be treated any way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Take my word for it. Your employee must have ownership. So therefore, you need to give him or her all the respect and perfect training and bring up the spirit of ownership. So please take note of that. Now, I'll give you a small story because life is all about stories, isn't it? We always struggle to find the right employees, and people came and took the jobs because they were looking for a job and not wanting to be a retailer. What was the spirit? Oh, I need money, I need a job, let me manage. That was the approach. So before they came for interviews, they would go to mosque, they would go to church, light candles, pray to Almighty God, and finally they get the job and they say, thank you to the Lord. And that's it. That's where it ends. Now what happens to the job? They don't care. Nobody understood retail means working on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Because The first generation died prima facie. They were closed on Sundays. Is it acceptable for all you consumers that you go to a shop on Sundays, it is closed? Is it acceptable? I need you to echo your vote. No. On Saturdays, they would close at 2 o'clock. On weekdays, they would close at 5:30. Is that possible? Can you imagine that scenario today? We inherited the British way of doing things. The master and slave approach. But I'm telling you, we retailers are never going to be the masters. It's our consumers who are the masters. If you get that principle right, you are already won one of the battles. So, where is the problem with disconnect with our employees? When you talk to an employee that you have to come to work on Sunday, they say, no, how can I work on Sundays? Sunday is a rest day. But why are you not resting when you do not have a job? No, I want to rest. So, therefore, passion and retail to be a career is not for everyone. It's for those who love to see the joy on the customers, the smile on their face. If you cannot accept that smile as a reward, and that gives you that deep satisfaction, retail is not for you. Retail is not for you. You need to lead from the front. Leo mentioned about him knowing us for so many years. Yes, Leo and I, we go back many years. He has seen us. We will be in the shop ourselves attending to customers. Today we don't do that, but we have built teams to do that. Are they perfect? No. Don't expect them to be, but at least are they trying? Yes, they are trying. And we acknowledge that and we validate what they're doing and pull them up if they do something wrong. But consistent training, consistent explanation, converting the youth to give service is important. So the first generation died prima facie because of that one major factor. The markets were turning. The unions were not agreeing to work on Saturdays and Sundays. But when they collapsed, there were no jobs. Then comes the birth of Park and Shop in 1988 with just 5 employees. Had a chat with them. I said, this is how we want to run our retail shop. We will be open on Saturdays. We'll be open on Sundays. What do you think? How do we do it? We are very fortunate. Out of those 5 employees, 2 of them are still we are still having 2 of those employees till date. It's 34 years. Christian Akocha is one of them. He's still working with us. Highly passionate. Now he's the chief. We love him. And there's one other young lady called Grace. She's still with us. What does it mean? What does it mean? That those 5 people and us changed the complete landscaping of retail where we were now open till late. In those days, you remember in 88, security was a problem. Everyone would be scared. And you can see the Nigerian drivers, the moment it's getting dark, they are driving like madmen. Is it not true? Have you experienced that? In the late 80s and then 70s and 90s, you've seen that, right? I don't know what used to happen to these drivers. The moment it gets dark, they lose all their common sense and they drive rashly. But today we have changed. We don't panic. Things are better. Security is better. We were open till 7:30 in the evening. Today we are open till 9. On season times, we open up to 10. All 7 days a week, 365 days. Retail is fun if you have passion. So, please, while all of you would take this curriculum and come and learn, and some of you may be informal traders, want to become formal, excellent journey, a great transition. Do not be discouraged, but invest in your people, invest in your language, how you speak with your people. Do not try and enforce that you are the boss and that the person has to do what you are telling them. It doesn't work. Enrolling your teams, so I'm focusing on human capital. Enrolling your teams to understand and work with your vision is very important. Leo talked about banks. Don't worry, the banks will come to you. The word goes around. If 5 customers are able to build trust in you, that you are dependable, you are reliable, they feel good when they are with you, they'll come back to you. And more, they'll bring more with them. And that's how you grow. The other question will be propping up what took us into retail. I'm not a retailer by profession. When we came here in the late 70s and early 80s, we were prima facie importers, importing goods. And we were one of the largest suppliers to UTC, Leventis, Maloney's. They were our customers. And one day when we heard that these guys are closing down, can you imagine what happens to our business? We start to wonder, hey, what's going to happen to our business now? How are we going to survive? I'm sure that thought would occur to you all, right? Then the idea popped up. Why can't we get into retail? If I can't have a retailer to buy my goods, let me get into retail and then reach direct to the consumer, which is no different from what the e-commerce is trying to do. So our focus was all about understanding what the consumer wants. So that's the philosophy called ODI, outcome-driven innovation. What does the consumer want? And if you cannot work with the consumer's desires, convenience, time, right products, good service, great prices, dependability on products in terms of product assurances, very critical. Then it's really all up to you, how you brand your store, how do you get an outreach in your neighborhood to get your customers to come to you. So do not get afraid. Retail is not complicated. Retail is one of the easiest businesses to do, provided you are mentally prepared. Do you know what my brother and I were called in the late 90s by our friends? What our wives were called? Can anybody guess? They were given a title called Park and Shop Widows. This is the truth. My wife and my brother's wife were termed as Park and Shop Widows. They had their husbands, but the husbands were never with them. I am sorry, if you want to give passion, if you have passion and you want to serve the consumer, that's the kind of sometimes the sad part you have to embrace. So my success is not because of my hard work. It's because of my wife's support that she agreed to be a widow. You see? So if someone says, Harish Keswani, oh, this guy has done this, he is a mentor, he does this, oh, that's fine. But I would not be where I am if not that she supported us. So get your family enrolled. The last thing you want is to serve a customer, you come home and then you have Valhalla. You don't want that. So please, I'm only talking to you as a friend. I'm not going to go into details of retailing. If anybody is interested, I'm always available through the school to come and speak to you all on the processes and things which you should work upon, the various criterias, what you should manage, how you should control. All that is fine. So I want you to take 4 key words from me. When you are in retail, you need to focus on these 4 key words: protection, controls, results, and harmony. If you cannot balance these 4 words properly, do not get into retail. How do you protect your staff? How do you protect your brand? How do you protect your inventory? How do you protect your cash? What controls do you put in place? How do you market so that you get your results, your profits? And how do you do all these 3 things without disrupting harmony? Harmony is the most important word. So all of you who are entrepreneurs, come down to Mother Earth. Be humble. Retailers, entrepreneurs must embrace humility. Only then can you promote harmony. If you have no humility, you are doomed and you're going to fail. This is the first lesson you need to take today from me. And there are 4 legs to retail, like every good table has. One is your people, your employees. Second is your supplier. Third is your consumer. There's a 4th one which is missing in Nigeria. That's government policies. There are no retail policies in Nigeria. Unfortunately. We have been doing advocacies, talking to them, but they never consider retail to be important. Now, how important is retail? What is the difference between the way we think and the government thinks? Government thinks retail is trading. How many of you, Namdi is here, is Slot a trading company or is it a formal modern retail company? Namdi, what do you have to say? It has data, it has got technology, it's got control points, it's got so many different processes. It is not trading. Retail is the largest employer throughout the world. In the United States, 17% of labor force works in retail. How do we get the government to understand that all of you are entrepreneurs? Your intentions are to run a great retail outfit, and that would mean you would employ thousands of people. Isn't that right? At least today I'm proud to sit and say that in my group we employ 6,800 employees. That's a lot from 5 people in 88. And trust me, and we love them. We believe they are our families and we treat them like family members. It's important to understand that employees can only come with the growth of retail, and they don't have to be graduates. As long as you have a smile on your face and you can speak properly and your hands are ready to move, you have springiness in your feet, he's a great candidate to work in a retail. Yes, Namdi, I can see you nodding your head. It's so simple. Here we are talking about unemployment, we are talking about this, we are talking about that. But guys, there's a solution. This is the solution. We are the solutions. We are ready to say, I can. But is the government willing to say, we can? Government policies are lacking. Each and every regulator works with a different paradigm. He comes from a different perspective, and there's a struggle. How can we bring all of you together? And in retail, let me tell you, there are 3 arms of responsibilities, accountabilities, and liabilities. The manufacturer has responsibilities and accountabilities. The retailer has responsibilities and accountabilities. We all know that. But do you know consumer also has responsibility and accountability? Can somebody buy a phone from slot and put it in the water and say, my phone no dey work, oh, I beg, make it change arm. Namdi will say for where? They go run for social media, they go put there, my phone not working. He will not mention he dropped it. In the meantime, slot is trying to contact him, say, hey, calm down, calm down, calm down. Blackmail. Leo talked about blackmail. Problem. Government needs to intervene there and say, guys, these are the three different arms in the supply chain. How do we create policies? There are no policies. Damdi, are there any policies? The policies currently are, I'm going to give you some bad news, that the consumer is always right, and then you, the retailer, has to replace so. So that means I have to be selling a phone and I have to pray to the Lord to say, I beg, make this man have sense. So every time I do a transaction, I have to burn a candle and pray to the Lord. It's not going to work. The Lord will say, are you stupid? You're disturbing me too much. It will not work. How can LBS help us to get this advocacy going? Because the ministers and the DGs, they don't have time. They're very busy. They're very, very busy. They are spending time to fight their crisis, and rightly so. But how about giving small time also to build the new future? Because this is the future. We are the future. The retail is the future. I cannot imagine your children going into what you call rain-beaten mud in the open market, stepping on all the various muck, to go to one small kiosk to buy vegetables or to buy a phone. I mean, how long are we going to continue that? We want those shopkeepers to become modern retailers. We want to transit informal to formal. And we are open. Please bring them. Bring all of you. Come, 100 of you. No competition. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill anyone. That's not my interest. My motive is for you to grow. Because my time is over. 40 years is enough. But we have the wisdom to share. And that's the wisdom which is legacy. So that young shall grow. So 2 things you take from me today. Believe the young shall grow. Can you repeat with me? Young shall grow. Second one, try no day kill person. Oh yeah, repeat now. Try no day kill. But plan very well. Prepare yourself and then proceed. After you proceed, continue to pursue to keep improving yourself. Don't give up. Retail is not what you fixed in 88 today, now same thing. No, every 2 years we are evolving. Technology, the consumer space, post-COVID, consumer thinks differently. So we have come today together for a reason. And I would like to thank LBS one more time, once again, for giving me the honor. I'm not expecting any honor from them. But this is my honor to be here, to be with y'all and speak with y'all. My time is up, and is there any question I would like if you want to ask? Otherwise, thank you very much and good luck. Oh, there's a man there.
Sorry, let me take that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we would have to suspend the question. However, there are ushers around us there, so if you have a question, write down your question and hand it to the ushers. Ushers, can you just raise your hand so they can identify you, please? Good. So you can give your questions to the ushers and they would bring it to Mr. Hadash. Mr. Hadash, thank you very much. Add to the honor, I think you should add recognition. Thank you very much. So I'm not sure if my ears were hurting, but I think I heard lots of P's from Mr. Hadash. He had plan, prepare, proceed. And then he also said we should discuss democracy and relate it to retail. He said retail is a trade of the people, by the people, and for the people. Am I correct? So it looks like we have Mr. Hadash retiring and then considering politics at some point. But thank you very much. So we're back to the event of the day. Mr. Hadash, to say a further thank you to you, we would like to present a tiny gift, a token from the Lagos Business School, particularly because you have laid strong emphasis that Africa is the place to be, Nigeria is even a better place to be, and then the Africa Retail Academy, Lagos Business School is the best place to be, and would like to give you a part of our best, attribute. So Professor Liu Integu, you would stand in and present the gift to him. Thank you.
All right, so at this point, we'll pause to take a tea break for about 20 minutes, and then we'll be back to take a panel discussion. But before then, would like to announce that when we go into the foyer for the tea break, please let the ushers lead us to the venue for the breakfast. And then let's use the opportunity as well to connect and meet other people before we converge again. So we'll come back in about 20 minutes' time for the panel discussion. I'm sure that it's been an exciting and insightful session that we've had in the first part of this session, and we'll see you again in 20 minutes. Thank you. And please do not forget to take your personal effects along while you're leaving the hall. Thank you. get some good breakfast. For the purpose of continuity, we will move straight into the main panel discussion. It's also important to note that after this session, we'll be having a breakout session at different locations. More information on this will be shared with us shortly after the first session. But the real issue around this panel discussion is about positioning retail business for growth in Africa. A lot has been said about the opportunities that abound in the industry. We also recognize that there are challenges in that industry, and the idea in this session will be to gain more insights on how we can position ourselves, whether we are players right now in the industry or people that are looking to get into that industry. There is a need for us to have a conversation around how best to position ourselves to make the most of the opportunities while avoiding the pitfalls. And we have very resourceful persons with us this afternoon to do justice to the topic. The first person I would like to introduce is Mrs. Wambui Mbarere. Mrs. Mbarere is a well-respected influencer in the retail sector in the region of Africa. She is currently the CEO of Retail Trade Association of Kenya, RETRAC. She has been with the association since its inception, and she is known to be a voice in this industry. She will be sharing a lot of experiences with us today, but before then, it's important to also just recognize the fact that she is an accomplished administrator with over 18 years all-round experience, and she holds a bachelor's degree in education and from Kenyatta University, and is certified public accountant from Strathmore University. Please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Wambui Mbarere. The next person I would like to introduce very quickly is Mr. Adeosun Basharu. Is the CEO of Foodco Nigeria Limited. Is a seasoned executive with experience. Leading business transformation at Foodco, McKinsey and Company, and General Electric Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and US. So it's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Ade. The third person on the panel today is Mr. Ebele Inua. Are you in the house, please? Okay, great. Good to have you. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. And the last but not the least to join us is Mrs. Joyce Nwachuku. Please let's welcome her upstage as well. All right, so our moderator for this session is Mr. Chidi Okoro, who is the alternate academic director, Africa Retail Academy. And at this point, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Chidi to lead the conversations for this session. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon. Welcome to this section of the program. I think we had some good remarks in the morning. We're going to focus this section talking about how do we position retail in Africa for growth. That's what this is going to be about. And I think the panel is well selected. We have people, we have practitioners, who have from Sunray Foods, Bella is there, Ade is here, Foodco. We have our sister from the east of Africa, by the way. And we also have Joyce, who deals in the data. We spoke about data a bit in the morning. People mentioned data in the morning. The way we are going to do this, everybody will have 2-3 minutes to make some opening remark about how do we position Africa to become a retail hub, to really drive the growth we desire. That's the way everybody will have 2-3 minutes to do that. and we will also take 2 or 3 comments from the audience here. So, as a way of introduction, we know Africa has a very young aspirational population. I think Leo Stan did throw some bomb at the data. 1.2 billion, 1 billion, we do not know. But even if, like I was discussing with our day, even if you took 20% of that number, it's a massive, massive number. So that's the opportunity for retail is certainly great. There are large cities emerging, and that can translate to big opportunity. FDI is flowing into that sector. Obviously, we see that happening. And I think there's an interesting forecast by AFDB. They're saying that retail consumption will be about $2.1 trillion by 2025. So we're better positioned to pick that opportunity. And services are going to follow that. But there are a couple of things too. There are a couple of elephants in the room, and we're going to talk about that. First of all, African retail is still largely traditional. I think we saw the BCG report. Probably Joyce will have some spin to that. I mean, BCG says 97% is still true open air markets. That's BCG. Open air markets and mom and pop stores. That's where 97% come from. But we've seen e-commerce really taking off. And there are a couple of things on the horizon. Credits are still low, and there's a big issue of unit economics as it relates to retail in Africa. But even beneath, with all these challenges, you still have big opportunity, and practitioners that already got some experience certainly are tapping into that opportunity. So the panel, like I said, is well selected, and I do have a great team. So we're going to start off with Joyce. I mean, Joyce is still in data. We want Joyce to make some 2-3 minute opening remark just about how do we start to position Africa to become a retail hub. And we all know, just before Joyce comes in, I think retail probably employs traditional, modern, probably 50-60% of the workforce. And in terms of contribution to GDP, depending on the country, 15 to 30% contribution to GDP. That's a massive number. So Joyce, just your opening remarks, and then we can go around and we'll go to Wambui, to Ade, and then Ebele. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chida. And thank you. I say a big thank you to the school for organizing this special conference and for also reaching out to NIQ for your data. For the topic, I think while we were about to have tea break, I overheard someone, immediately after we were leaving saying, this retail thing is powerful, Obviously, it should be tough. I mean, looking at the numbers that is being thrown at us with the population that we have, Nigeria accounting over half of the population, it should look tough. But I bring good news because, first and foremost, if you have to start thinking about positioning, you should know, first and foremost, where you stand today before you can look ahead, okay? As much as we await projected data of what the trade looks like because of data sets that are yet to be completed. We have trends that actually showcases that there is great opportunities in retail trade. As we speak, we have over 2 million stores, retail stores in Africa, and Nigeria is accounting for half of that number of stores. Just imagine what that means. With this number of stores, you can actually make a lot of business decisions, understand the retail trade better. You can unlock opportunities that exist within this retail trade. And you can do all this because the data exists. The data is there. There is capability of tools that will guide you to unlocking these opportunities that exist within this huge number of data that we have. Now, from these stores, we have also seen that there is growth coming out from these stores. In Africa, FMCG is growing at about 16% in Africa. And this cut across countries, markets. Nigeria is seeing double-digit growth, same as Kenya, 33%, and over 20% in Kenya market, cutting across baskets, both beverages, food, and personal home care. Now, this holds huge opportunity. And what that means is that because there are growth that is being seen in retail across board with the numbers that we have mentioned, it means there are opportunities. And Chidi mentioned the definition when we talk about retail here. We are referring to modern, or what you call formal and informal trade. But when you look at informal trade, I mean, we cannot overemphasize the size of informal trade in Africa, which is about 98%. In Africa, if you talk about Nigeria, it's about 98% the informal trade versus the formal trade. Obviously, somebody might be shocked about the numbers. In Nigeria, currently, we work with retailers that are cooperative, and I say a big thank you to those that had already been cooperating with us, and I use the opportunity to appeal to others to, collaborate with us so that we can have a benchmark for the modern trade to represent a voice and a currency. Having said this, if you get to Kenya, for instance, there is also a huge contribution of the traditional trade of over 62% versus the modern trade. And the good story is that both formats of trade is experiencing growth. In Nigeria, traditional trade is growing. There's room and there's opportunity for expansion of the formal trade. But there are also huge opportunities because of the size of the informal trade for us to enhance the informal trade, or have a more organized, informal trade, have a more organized informal trade. And I mean, the speakers that came up a while ago, especially Mr. Leo Stan, pointed it out. I mean, he nailed it properly. There is opportunity, especially in the supply chain. There is huge opportunity in the supply chain as much as we look forward to enhancing and organizing the informal trade. So there's huge opportunities, while the modern trade continues to also create room for expansion, like we see happening in Kenya right now, because they are already posting significant growth in Kenya, as much as traditional trade is also growing significantly. I mean, traditional trade, formal trade in Kenya, it's about over 30% of the business, and it's still growing. Yeah, in Kenya, and it's still growing. And this is actually bettered by COVID. As the introduction of COVID to Kenya, it expanded the formal trade in Kenya because of the change in the behavior of the consumers. So what happened there is that the retailers and the drivers of this formal trade in Kenya, by the way, are the tier one partners, the Naivas, the Quickmarts, And what they did was to bring in smaller formats closest to the consumers. I heard when you were talking about the people. It's about the people. It's about the consumers. So that's the future. The future is thinking outside the box about meeting the consumer needs, being consumer-centric. You must be consumer-focused. And if you are consumer-focused, it means you have to think about disruption. You have to think about how you can redirect to be able to meet the consumer needs, because I tell you, their behaviors are changing real fast, especially with COVID. Thank you very much,
Joyce. Thank you for that perspective. So Wambi, just your opening remarks on how do we expand at the frontiers of retail in Africa, really positioning for growth.
Okay, thank you very much, Chidi, and thank you to Lagos Business School for getting me to Nigeria. This is my maiden visit to the west of Africa. So I'm really happy to be here. I think Joyce has eliminated a lot of the things that speak to our retail. So we say we have about 30% formal trade, and that's 30% only in Kenya, which removes the fact that if you take the whole of Africa, for example, our most developed retail market is South Africa. That ranges at about 60%. We are second at 30. We are only second at 30. So where does that put everyone else within the African context? And Haresh said a very interesting thing, that we had very developed retail, or Nigeria had a very developed retail, that then, for all the reasons that we know retail doesn't work, dropped down. We've, over the last 7 years, gone through the same kind of trauma with Nakumat and Tuskies, and it has everything to do with that passion for retail, that ownership for retail. We need to make retail a profession like any other, a business like any other. And that is why I'm really excited about the Retail Academy, which I was reminded today. I sit on the board, I always forget that if I go and work in retail, and I'll use a supermarket as an example, I like also to remind people, when you speak retail, a lot of people think supermarket. But retail is everything else. We have fashion, we have a pharmaceutical, we have furniture. That is all part of the retail. So when we put together, when we use the supermarket, I want to use the supermarket as an example. The people who work on the shop floor, chances are 99% of the answer to the question of what are you doing here would be, I had nothing else to do. Why are you doing this? I'm doing this as I wait to get a job. That is where our problem starts. People do it as the thing they do before they get a job. Which means, if I use again Kenya as an example, and I see Andrew here who happened to have worked in Kenya in ShopRite. When the foreigners come, they then bring their own people because we don't have the skill. And the skill is a paper skill, because skill we have that allows us to run a business. It allows Haresh to run his business for the last 40 years without a paper that says I went to University X and came out with retail. So the skill we do have, but we do not have a way of making people own that business as a business, because by not creating a curriculum within retail, we create no ownership. We give no ownership to that. So I'll do this as I wait to get a job because I'll go do a job that allows me to get a certificate in marketing, and then I can grow that to a diploma, grow that to a degree. But retail, I have no career path. So it is not a career. How do we change that? And for me, that's one of the ways that we are going to revolutionize retail in Africa. Just before I hand over, I'll say the other thing is, one of the reasons our retail is growing, our being Kenyan retail, is that adoption of IT, e-commerce in an African way. Because truth of the matter is, I know Stan said it will take us, in the next 5 years, we still won't be 5%, but we will never do e-commerce in the way Amazon does it in America. We are totally different. And our challenges are basic. Basic starting with address system. Do we have an address system? We don't. In most places, we don't. I say in Kenya, I tell everyone when they ask me, is brick and mortar scared of retail e-commerce? And I say, no, we are not in competition. We are really going to complement each other. And e-commerce in Africa will take a while if we want to adopt it the way it has been adopted in the US or in the European countries. We still work from, and I'll use Kenya as an example. If you want to deliver something to my house, I'll tell you, you'll find a Safaricom shop, take a left corner near the Coca-Cola shop, you know. So we need to adopt e-commerce to an African sense. So we have, I don't know how Conga works, but we have who we call Copia, where using the mom-and-pop shops, it becomes a collection point. So e-commerce is brought nearer to me through that mom-and-pop shop. I can go there, I can order, and I can receive from there. And that's the way we'll grow it until when we are able to sort our address system so that we can then bring it to my door. But as long as we want to do e-commerce the European way, that it's going to take us forever. And we need to catch up at our own pace with our own systems. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Wampui. I think you speak to a couple of things that Haresh did allude to, which is about capability skills, and also the fact that the traditional trade is not going away. It could actually be, and it could actually be bricks and clicks, you know, where traditional is there, bricks and mortar. and you also have an e-commerce laying over that. I like the idea of a copier. That's interesting. So I think Ade, you give some opening remark. Ade is right in the trenches, trying to grow, pretty traditional business and modernizing it and expanding it and scaling it. So what do you have to say about making Africa, really getting Africa to become retail hub and really grow it to a great level, knowing that it can take our 1 billion people off the streets, or half of them? Thank you, Ade.
Thank you, LBS. Thank you.
Sorry to cut in. Please, the following persons should proceed to the foyer at this moment. Payless and Obina Ukbabi, please. Obina Ukbabi and Payless. Thank you.
Thank you, LBS. Thank you, Chidi. Thank you, Professor. Thank you all for having me here with you today. For me, I don't think the question is necessarily if African modern retail will scale. I think it's more a question of when. It's more of a question of when it will scale and who are the people that will drive that scale. And I say that in spite of the reality of our current economic cycle. And I'll share a simple story to illustrate why I believe that. One of the things that I and some of my colleagues who are here with me enjoy the most is opening day when we open a new store, because it's a big festival. We do a bunch of advertising, we offer great promos, so the stores are packed if it goes well. If it's not packed, we have a different problem. We opened up a store in Abeokuta last year, and in the middle of the mayhem of the store opening, I'm in the back of the store, shelving pasta on the shop floor, and some lady walks up to me and just expresses her excitement about it. And I'll try to restate what she said. She's like, international standard lele yo, serious international standard lele yo. Me too really like to go to Dubai. So she goes on, just effusing about how excited she is about having this experience of proper modern retail. So we have a situation where we have consumers who are exposed, who have seen enough to understand what real modern retail is and want it. We have a time in our world where there's, although for many of us in Nigeria it doesn't feel that way, there's an enormous amount of capital. Again, current crisis notwithstanding. And that capital, is finding its way into the growing VC industry we have in our country. And we've got an incredible amount of young, many of you here, young, bright Nigerians who are keen to enter entrepreneurial ventures. So for me, it's not a question of if it to happen, it's more a question of when. And I think this same thing holds true across many of our African markets. So as the world continues to tap out in growth in other climates, it will continue to look to Africa as the next horizon for growth. And those are some of the reasons I think it's a question of when and not if. Are there going to be some critical challenges we need to solve along the way? Absolutely. I think the first one, a number of my colleagues have already mentioned, which is talent, because it's almost which one comes first, the chicken or the egg. Because the industry is so small, there is no talent base. How many people understand merchandising? How many people can you hire that can do planogramming? How many people even really understand how operations to work, much less how purchasing and planning should work in retail? I mean, we just don't have it. So it's almost a question of which comes first. So there's a lot of work to do to build out the talent we need. I think there's an enormous opportunity required also for services to support the industry. Like any Nigerian business, you are a government, you are a logistics provider, you are a recruiter, you are a facilities manager, you are a supply chain company. Each company is trying to solve everything, which makes the challenge of scaling more complex. So the better the infrastructure becomes, the quicker scaling can happen. And as the rest had mentioned earlier as well, there's a role that policy and government support also plays. So those are some of the things I believe we would need to solve as we go on this journey to making Africa the retail hub we all hope it can be.
Thank you very much, Ade. I think we'll go to listen to Ebele. I think Ebele kicked off from the south to southeast to southwest to the north. Perhaps next is Kenya or Tanzania. So Ebele, how are we going to do this? How do we position Africa correctly?
Yeah, thank you, Chidi. I think the question about growth for retail is underpinned by growth of the African economy as a whole. You can't dislocate retail from economy. Anything that's produced must get to a consumer, and almost anything that gets to a consumer through retail, some form or the other. So the issue isn't, I want to focus a bit more on the evolution of retail. And the question around why is retail in Nigeria 97% traditional, or 60%, or whatever figure that is. It is predominantly traditional.
That's right.
The question around whether traditional or modern or e-commerce is a function of the type of service that we are providing, the quality of service that we're providing, and the quality of customer experience that is being received. That's really what it's all about. Why are we predominantly traditional? I think it's an African thing. You'll find that Africans, and you would agree that Africans are cultural by nature. We like to hold on to traditions. We want to hold on to the ways we've done things, and we continue to do things. Whether we like it or not is ingrained in our DNA. The fundamental difference between an African and an European is that an European is constantly looking to change, innovation, technology, all of that. And we as an African people must learn how to embrace change. In the absence of change happening naturally, I think we will have to force change. We're talking today about evolving from traditional to modern. The Western world are moving from modern to e-commerce. So we're like 2 steps behind. Now, and the reality is that, it's a function of time. Without time, there's no problem. Without putting time in the matrix, there really is no issue. UK was 100% traditional a century ago. The biggest players in modern retail in the UK, the likes of Tesco, Sainsbury's, they were all open-air market operators. I have books, I have pictures of Tesco, John Tesco, in front of his stall in an open market. So it's supposed to be natural that you start from modern retail, from traditional retail and open-air markets, and then ultimately evolve. Most other continents have evolved, and we are still staying where we are. Now let's look at a different industry, telecommunications. You would agree with me that if the Obasanjo regime did not force change in the telecoms industry, we will probably still be struggling with landlines and not 9 knots. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't know how this change will happen. I would have loved to say government needs to intervene. But to be honest, I've lost all confidence in government and retail. And Haresh touched on that. The reality is that the government of Nigeria does not believe that retail is important. The irony is that if you spend all your energy and time and resources trying to build the manufacturing industry, and you don't try and build the retail sector, if you are lucky, you would have a developed manufacturing sector that cannot get its products to the final consumer, and that sector will collapse on itself. So something has to give. The point I'm going to leave this conversation with is to say, it took 100 years for the UK to get to where they are today. We don't have 100 years. Change must happen. Change must happen now. Thank you.
Good. So Ebele is speak about evolution, that it would take a while for this to happen, but it has to be faster. And I like the fact about retail being the last mile for manufacturing. So if we start from, we're going to go around 2 rounds of questions, but if we do have question or comment from the audience, we can take it. So let's start. Ebele, we'll start with you again. Is this traditional structure a hindrance to growth? In reality, from where you see it, is that a hindrance to growth? And I think we'll come to you, Joyce, next about data. How can we apply data to foster this growth? But Ebele first, please.
My simple answer to that is that no, it's not a hindrance to growth. The reality is that because we don't have enough modern retail infrastructure. We cannot wake up overnight and remove traditional retail. The evolution must happen. It must be gradual. And traditional retail must be part of that evolution. I did just mention that Tesco was a traditional retailer, and today they are the largest modern retailers. So inherent in that story is that the fact that there is a possibility that the largest modern retailer tomorrow may be a traditional retailer. But the most important thing that I think we cannot do without is the knowledge that has been built over years and possibly centuries in traditional retail that we need to absorb and imbibe into modern retail. Modern retail, at some point, the first generation of modern retail that Harish talked about, the UTCs and the likes, were not necessarily the places where you go and buy. They weren't the strongest in fresh food, for instance. You're not going to buy, and up until more recently, you're not going to the modern stores to go buy ngolo, for argument's sake, your fresh products. The traditional retail is still the choice destination for fresh. There is a way they have done fresh for decades and maybe centuries. And until we are able to take that knowledge into modern retail, that evolution will not be complete. Modern retail will continue to address a portion of the market and not the whole of the market.
Brilliant. So you see an all-inclusive evolution, I think, rather than exclusive. So Joyce, I think we've been speaking here, people are speaking about data, paucity of data in Africa. We don't have that, When we have it, we spend more time questioning the accuracy of the data. So sometimes I think we shouldn't even present it. But we need data, don't we? We need insight. So how do you think we can start to generate that insight we need to enable retail really take a flight in Africa?
All right, thank you very much once again. The way to go about generating insight from data is first and foremost understanding where this growth is coming from. With the numbers that I called out earlier, you need to understand where the growth is coming from. Understanding the size. The next is who is driving this growth. For instance, in Nigeria, in Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, the informal trades are made up of the groceries, the bukas, the dukas, the open market, or what you call the open market, the semi-retailers in Nigeria. Those are some kind of trade formats that we have within the informal trade. Now, understanding where this growth is coming from, I'll also give an instance with Nigeria markets. Across board, I mentioned earlier that the market is growing, and this growth is actually cutting across all the channels. Now, the most important channels within Nigeria are the groceries and the open markets. These two formats, account for over 60% of the retail trade that we have in Nigeria. However, we have seen in 3 years, also introduced by COVID, an emerging channel called the semi-retailer, which has grown from about less than 8% to about 13% as at today. The semi-retailer channel. Similarly, with this level of information from data, you can start understanding the relevant channels, where the opportunities lie. You can even get to the level of understanding the formats within the trade, the categories that are leading this growth, through which pack sizes are they growing. You can get to the level of understanding even the price play, especially now that, globally there's inflation. There needs to be an understanding of where you currently are. You need to align with the current situation, first and foremost. That's about the very short-term thoughts that should come to you. Where are you right now? Align with the current trends. And so that you don't just follow the bandwagon because there is inflation. by the time I calculate all my costs, I just need to take price increase. Well, I got some news for you. There are people that have taken price increases that at every sale of a product, they lose a minimum of 5 naira. So there is need for you to know that data is very important, even in decision making as little as, guys, things are expensive, products are expensive, let's take price increases. You must understand the sensitivities of those products with respect to price. You must understand how elastic those categories of products are should you increase price. Because you could take a price increase and it will impact your sales. So you must understand that. And data, of course, is available to help you understand all these. Even in the formal trade, you would have to understand how you can grow the category, how you can optimize, the assortments that you have, and understand even at which locations do you optimize this. You can go on and on. Working without data, is like somebody saying it's expensive to have light. Try darkness. Data will definitely guide you. So in this future of retail, you need data for those growth opportunities that exist. Without data, you wouldn't really know. You can think and work, but data is the future as well.
Brilliant. And we need to groom people that have the ability to apply data. Right? That's very
definitely.
important.
And I cannot just stop saying that innovation. Like you said, you have to think. It happened in Kenya. She just gave an example. That's reimagining. Reimagining. You must think local. Absolutely. As much as we have international presence, localized. That's the only thing that wins. You must think local. It's what works for you. Remember, consumer-centric is the game. That's the word.
Thank you very much, Joyce. We'll come to our day now to speak about. You moved your format from Ibadan. You come into Lagos, and sometimes you went into the high parts of Lagos, even in Ikoyi and stuff. So we're looking at, can you transfer that capability beyond region, from e.g. Nigeria to Kenya? And after that, we'll come to talk about Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Can you move the capability you have, playing around the Southwest, and get into Tanzania and play retail successfully as well? And how can we do that? Do you think that would foster growth if you were to move the 40, 50 years of experience your family built in Nigeria, you moved it across the border? Are we seeing, Andrew will be speaking later, ShopRite he's done that, to some good success, sometimes to not so good success. But can you do that with what you have built out of food court for the moment?
I think theoretically, yes. But I'll speak for us, and there's, should I say, a natural evolution that things need to take. Today we have 16 locations. We'll close the year with 18 locations. We are in 3 states, but most of our locations are still in Ibadan, or your states where we started. And we are in a region, right, where between Lagos State, Ogun State, Oyo State, Ekiti, Osun, Kogi, Edo, there's just so much untapped opportunity. And even if you look at it from an African standpoint, a number of our tier 2 cities register in the top 50 and the top 100 cities across Africa. So there really is not, should I say, an urgency to think about international at all, as far as we are concerned. The focus is around how do we serve the consumers in the states we're in better. Even in your states where we have the largest presence, our share of the overall market is still very small. So there's so much local growth. It's very difficult to justify, frankly, even thinking about the international opportunity.
But do you think that the capability here can be transferred?
Certainly.
And I Ebele, I will come to you on that. You think so?
Certainly. No, I think certainly it can. I think because of, for those of us who've been in the business for a while, right, you've had to learn how to drive many of the core functions. You've had to develop competency around how do you do purchasing, how do you do loss management, how do you operate your stores, how do you manage your working capital. And we, I think, better than international retailers, understand some of the nuances of our culture. Granted, everywhere you go, you still have to humble yourself and learn what is different about this state, much less what's different about this country. But from a transferability standpoint, I absolutely think it's very transferable.
Good. So we'll come to Ebele before we come back to you. Ebele, you moved across regions in Nigeria, certainly. You're in 4 regions of Nigeria. Do you see that your capability out of south or southeast is transferable within Nigeria and outside of Nigeria? And do you think that could foster growth of the industry?
Yeah, so within Nigeria, yes. Like you said, we have had that experience. We've been spreading around the country with the highest concentration in the southeast, and we're trying to grow beyond. We have, outlets in Abuja and in Lagos as well, and we're pushing. I strongly believe that yes, it is transferable within Nigeria. However, my own research has led me to the strong conviction that retail is inherently a local business.
That's right.
And the reality is that for everyone, every retailer that has tried to go beyond its primary market, they've almost always failed. Walmart is an American retailer. They're the largest in the world because America is the largest economy in the world. And every time almost 90% or 95% of the time they've stepped out of the US, they have failed, and they had to come back and re-strategize. I think the way to do it will always be to partner with a local retailer and share resources. So if you have capital, you give the local retailer capital. If you have technology, you give the local retailer technology and whatever expertise you have. And the local retailer uses his own knowledge of his local market, and two of you can then benefit from the value inherent in that market. That's the way those who have succeeded to expand internationally have achieved that. Not just waking up and saying, I want to open a store in another country. You are almost certainly going to fail.
Brilliant. Good. So retail is local. That's what you say. Even within Nigeria, you still believe that that's a bit of localization you have to do within regions. So we come to you, Wambui. But if we do have any question or comment from the audience, we can take one or two now. So there's someone that got his hands up. But Wambui, do you see Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement facilitating expansion of retail in Africa? Do you see that happen? And how so?
I think I will.
Fine.
I think I'll take it from where Ebele has said. I remember having a conversation with the ShopRite management right at the beginning of the entry into Kenya, for example. And a lot of it, the questions they wanted me to be able to help them answer was, so why does South Africa always fail in Kenya? And I remember, and I always say sadly they didn't listen, that one of the things that Kenyans are loyal to their brands. So I want to walk into a supermarket and buy, and I remember asking Professor Uzo yesterday the same question. When you walk into a supermarket, the first 10 items on your list are usually your brands. They're usually your local brands that you relate to. So if I walk into your supermarket and I can only find 2 of my brands, my known brands, I will shop there thinking maybe it's just today. And then next week when I come and I realize they really just only have South African brands, next week I won't bother to go because I fill my basket with the extras being, let me try this that is foreign, let me try that. But I will not shop, my first 10 items will not be strange items. So to your question, Chidi, I think even as we try and make Africa one market, the fact that everyone is very localized to their own sector has to be taken into consideration. How will we be able, and sometimes I like to add that I think you can only export Nigerian products to Kenya if the Nigerians in Nigeria know their products. Then when they travel to Kenya, they will be looking for that item on my shelf. And then I will realize we have a significant amount of Nigerians here. So let me start importing Nigerian stuff so that they're able to buy. But if we export Nigerian commodities to Kenya, and the Kenyans don't know Nigerians, and don't know Nigerian product, and the Nigerians in Kenya also don't know that that is their local produce, it won't go anywhere. I'll use the Chinese as a perfect example. We have extremely large numbers of Chinese in Kenya lately. So if you walk into any supermarket, we have created a Chinese aisle because we realize, and I guess because of their demand, the Kenyan running whatever retail it is starts bringing the Chinese products because there's a market for it. So even as we open up the market, how will we ensure that the indigenous person knows their own product so that should they travel elsewhere, they're able to call it out and ask for it? In Kenya, we have a famous slogan says, buy Kenya, build Kenya. But my challenge to our government is always, does the Kenyan know what is Kenyan? Because only the Kenyan can export a Kenyan product by demanding for it in another market. Why are we so obsessed? And then also my other challenge with the free trade area is we have a lot of mistrust. And to the data conversation, people don't share data. And they don't share data because I'd rather you fall into the same hole I fell into, and then you learn. I mean, we have a lot of me, self. Yeah, so, I mean, Harash is probably the exception, saying, he actually said it out loud. Why do I want you to fall into the same hole, vis-a-vis sharing that information, so that you're able to move faster? So in not sharing that data, I don't know how quickly it will pick up. We have East African community. We are still fighting. I don't know how ECOWAS works, how efficiently it works. So all these other blocks within Africa already have so many challenges in trading across borders. Will this one be that much easier? Yeah.
So I think we look forward to how that Continental Free Trade Agreement opens things up. So we will take a comment from where? You can also write it. You can write it, and then we pick that up and hand over to Paul to answer. So please go with him. No, he's there. Yeah, that's behind you. Yes. Okay. So let's take we just take two, and then the other ones, let's just write them down. So we have one more round of questions, and we will be done with this. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Michael.
Yeah.
So two questions, one for Joyce, and then the other one for Ibele. So for Joyce, the question is, what kind of data do you collect? How do you collect, and how can one access your insights? And then for Ibele, what's your view about customer segmentation in retail? You know, what kind of impact do you think it has in advancing the retail business?
Thank you very much.
Joyce,
Okay, so I believe you have the pamphlet as well. Yeah, if you get behind, you would also see various solutions that our data provide you behind the pamphlet. Now we collect, for the purpose of retail, we'll collect consumer data. We can carry out consumer study for you to understand everything around the consumer and the shopper, the way they relate to the products, right? And on the retail part, we also collect the data that is sold into the retail stores. And the type of information that we get from those data sources are the sales, the purchases that have come in, the stock that is in the trade, the price that is in the trade that is being sold in every retail store. So for our product that we call the retail measurement services, those are the kind of facts that we collate from the trade. And the way we do that is within the stores. And the process is that it happens continuously every month. There are visitations to those sample stores that we use to project the data out of a universe that we had already established from the census data. Remember, I talked about the over 2 million stores. So from that census data that we have gotten, we can use it to generate a universe that a sample will be carved from there. We also have data for that would aid your innovation. We can carry out studies, various studies that will help you understand the future of your innovation. I mean, somebody talked about you innovate, it failed. I mean, Ebele talked about that, about some retailers, you know, when they step out of the United States, they fail. Really, data has shown that most innovations fail.
Absolutely.
Without data, I think about 80% of innovation fail. And the reason is because there is no data. So we have solutions that can help your innovation. You want to bring a new product, you want to produce a new formulation, you want to understand the prices of that product, you want to even understand, like do a projection. We can actually do a projection, how much you stand to get should you launch this product within this certain number of years, right? What amount can come out of this product in 12 months of launch? We have those level of data. So, I mean, in Nielsen, we pride ourselves as the single source of truth. And there is nothing retail or Nielsen IQ does not measure. So it just depends. You can reach us. I have with me here some of my team members. We have a booth, so you can actually get to us. I have my team members around that can actually walk you through. But behind the pamphlet, you will see lots of
Thank you. We are running out of time. So can someone send the invoice to Joyce for... yeah, so Ebele, someone wants to know about quickly, before we just take 30 seconds to round up, about customer segmentation. Never mind, you can reveal your secret. If they follow you, they stumble. Don't worry.
I wanted to ask back, what does he mean exactly by segregation? Do you want to give a bit of insight?
Yeah, segmentation, customer segmentation.
So just understanding, you know, some unique things about your customers to enable you package for them, position for them, and present for them specifically.
So demographic type segmentation.
Yes.
Well, I mean, certainly, that's certainly useful in retail. I wanted to be sure if that's what you were referring to. In some more developed countries that I've visited and studied their markets, you will find that a single brand will have a specific product range and offering in a different market for that type of clientele. So, in fact, I was in South Africa recently, and I saw that happening, and I thought that was excellent, because while we in Nigeria we might think that you go to, you know, the very low end of the market, and the only thing that those people deserve is open air markets, because you will never be able to service them for the price, with the price points that will make your modern store work. I actually saw that, look, they've been able to crack that nut by providing, products perhaps in sizes that make sense to that clientele, different types of products. So instead of taking your tinned milk to a particular market where they may struggle to buy that milk, you can give them your local milk packaged, nicely, whether it's kunu or whatever equivalent kunu is in the Southwest, if it's a Southwestern market, and you can give them those particular products. So there's certainly a place for segmentation. The Nigerian market particularly has not evolved to that degree, but it just tells you what the opportunities are. They are endless.
Good. So let's round up. Just 30 seconds. Ebele, if you just start, we'll come back to our day. Your final word. Despite these challenges, the opportunity is evident. So how do people start to pick up this opportunity to make sure that retail, really becomes what it should become in Africa? We're talking $2.5 trillion according to AFDB. I didn't say that. How do people position to pick up this opportunity? And so what is the advice to everyone in this room?
So it's certainly, I will restate here very clearly that there is a humongous opportunity in retail, one that even we ourselves find daunting, and it is what drives us to want to cover as much of the market as we possibly can in the shortest possible time. However, having said that, the knack for Nigerians, and maybe it might be an African thing, but I know specifically in Nigeria, is when they hear that there is an opportunity somewhere, everybody just starts rushing to that same exact opportunity, and they end up messing it up for others because it then becomes overly competitive, and then you guys are cutting yourselves, your throats to get to the consumer. The opportunity in retail goes beyond just buying and selling. There are so many aspects and offshoots and value propositions in retail that are currently almost not served. I'm not even saying underserved, they're completely unserved. So for instance, all the shelves that we use are imported from China. Shelves. These are metal. We have metal worksmen everywhere. We have welders. We have metal everywhere. Why aren't we building our own shelves? If we say that modern retail is going to blow up and expand, there are how many modern retail stores in South Africa? I keep hearing all sorts of numbers. ShopRite has over 2,000. There are probably 5,000 or 10,000 modern retail stores. Listen, probably 10,000 modern retail stores in South Africa. South Africa has 50 million people. Nigeria has 200 million people. He says he has 16. I have 21. Add 16 and 21 together. What do you have? How many more stores can we do?
50,000.
Probably 50,000, precisely. Right? And all these 50,000 stores need shelves.
Yeah,
that's a humongous market opportunity for someone. Cold storage. No one makes cold storage in Nigeria. What does it take to make cold storage? Why aren't we making cold storage? All of these retail stores require refrigerators, etc., etc. But one of the ones that actually limits, I can probably tell you, 50 different opportunities. But one of the ones that hits me the hardest, that I almost want to get on my knees and beg, is spaces. Real estate, property. Modern retail cannot achieve its potential without spaces to occupy. The biggest limitation for us today is spaces. It is part of the reason why you are forced to go to open air markets to shop. Do you like going to open markets to shop? I guess the answer is no. Wouldn't you? It would be nice if you can have the open air experience inside a covered space. But there are no covered spaces. So if there should be 50,000 modern retail stores out there, it means that there are potentially 50,000 modern retail spaces that people have to build and lease to retailers to occupy. That in itself is another opportunity that people should take on. Get us modern retail spaces, let's occupy those spaces, and let's build the products and services that we can use to service the Nigerian market.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ade, your final word, your final comment on how this growth can be achieved.
I can't agree anymore with what Billy said. But I will talk about this thing around customer segmentation, which was that young man's question, and specialization. And I'll tell a simple story to illustrate it. And anybody that knows my wife, don't tell her I told this story. So one day we're at the dinner table, and I overhear her, talking about some 60,000 naira transfer she's just done for some clothing, and I'm like, what are you? I'm thinking, obviously I didn't say this out loud because I'm a happily married man and I wanted to stay that way. I'm wondering, what is this woman buying again? And I think was the next day or a couple of days later, I see her wearing this beautiful bubu, and I'm like, wow, where did you get this from? And she's like, oh, it's a transaction. I did this the other day. I've been looking for bubu for however many years, and I gave up because I could just never find something that was worth the price, but I've got this person, and forget if it was 10K each or how much she paid for each one, and they were just lovely, and she just bought several of them. And I honestly also agreed that I had never seen a bubu that's beautiful in terms of the design, the style, the quality of the production. It truly was incredible. So clearly, my wife is never going to buy another bubu from anyone else. And there's endless amount of tailors out there doing all the different kinds of clothing from beginning to end. There's endless amount of aggregators, all aggregating the same supermarkets, all selling the same computers, the same phones. So the point I'm making is there's an enormous opportunity to figure out what is the niche that you can own. What is the niche you can own in terms of the speed of your service in whatever micro markets you pick, the specialization of the products that you are bringing in, whether it's plates, whether it's forks, it doesn't really matter. Is how are you going to find a way that your service is truly differentiated from everything else in the market? And I think the more of that we can have, the faster the industry grows, and frankly, the more profitable the industry can also be.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ade. Wambui, your final comments on how this growth can come?
Thank you. I think I want to start with saying let's do retail for Africa. Let's not try and copy-paste because that will definitely not explode our market. To a point of anyone who's worked in the Kenyan market, and we have Glovo and we have Jumia, I think they also see Copia as really something to learn from. As I said earlier, because of the address system across Africa, there has to be an Africanization of e-commerce so that it picks up based on what we have and it's able to spread faster. To the conversation around Africa, cost of doing business is the reason our local products never take their place on the shelf. So how do we bring policy into the discussion? And Haresh, again, I know we keep calling out your name, but lack of retail policy is not a Nigerian problem. It's actually probably a problem of Africa outside South Africa. Retail is the second largest contributor to GDP in most places, only second to agriculture. But it is bundled up with other things, even in economic reports for a lot of the African countries. So how do we ensure governments pay attention to it remains a question that we really must find an answer to. And I guess talking about retail more, having this conversation continuously will lead to governments waking up and looking at it and really paying attention. When we create this career path we're talking about, that will also create ownership of the sector by the people playing in the sector. Because if the people in the sector own it, then we are better able to really push our conversation to look at what is it we need in terms of real estate, in terms of talent, in terms of the logistics. Not to divert from the conversation, but food loss, food waste in Africa is such a big thing. And the only reason it is such a big thing is because of logistics, availability of cold rooms, availability of where we can warehouse stuff so that we spread the shelf life of a tomato, an avocado. Yeah. By spreading the shelf life, we stabilize the price. So there is a lot that needs to be done in the sector, and really starting the conversation, I think, is only the beginning. We need to own our space to be able to push this conversation to where we can really grow the sector.
Brilliant, thanks. So Joyce, your final words.
Okay, so I think my final words would be more like an action to these retailers at this time. Globally, there is pressure globally. And I can tell you that the consumers, as I always say, have reprioritized their intentions, especially when they want to shop. And it's one of the things that had come out very strongly, where they are all monitoring their basket spend. And because they are doing, this is one of the top 3 factors that came out strongly from a global study. Globally, similarly with South Africa and in Nigeria. Knowing that every consumer is now monitoring their basket spend, it is very important that first, like I said, action point that you can take at the immediate time is to realign yourselves with the current trends. Be careful about how you, understanding the pressure, how do you position yourselves, like we have talked about the price, and then remain focused. Understand the retail trade that you need to delve into. Understand the channels, remain focused. Prioritize how you take your decisions within the channels, within the retail types, and at the long term, most definitely, you have to actually innovate, start thinking differently and locally as well.
Thank you.
I believe that with this, with the help of technology, it will aid in the innovation and the outside the box thinking that should happen.
Thank you very much, Joyce. I think Wambui will just make a quick comment that then we'll round up this section. Go ahead.
I think it's something that Ebele said that I think they both agreed on it, because he said it and he lifted his arms to the same thing.
They're both in the trenches.
Yes, about
Can understand.
About limiting ourselves. And I think the reason Africans copy is and I say Africans very loosely, not to demean ourselves, not to say that we're any less than anyone else, because I'm sure it happens elsewhere in the world. People tend to imagine that the only thing that is successful is what you're doing. So you've succeeded, that must be it. But I'll tell you about a guy in Kenya who saw the niche in shelving. I don't think he's 40, but he's a double-time millionaire purely because he saw the gap in shelving, and that's what he does. I think we need to be able to establish why am I doing what I'm doing. And then the other thing is, again, to the retailers, are you doing it for the money or for the passion? Because if you're doing it for the money, chances are you won't go too far. Because the money doesn't drive you, the passion does. That is one. Secondly, and I think that my final word is, let us get our retail to where I do something because the business sense of it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
One of the reasons our supermarkets have such challenges, and even where we have real estate working, is that I'll open here and open next, you'll open next door and you'll open next door, and we are all doing the same thing. That is one. Two, what are you stocking in this supermarket? I guess that's a question on segregation. Because, and I think I saw this in, Zimbabwe, you'll find shops that don't sell butter because butter doesn't move. It makes business sense.
That's right.
The challenge is always that you're probably stocking it for one person who comes in once a month to buy butter. Is it worth the shelf space? So rationalizing whatever retail you do, and remember I said retail is not supermarket. Retail is everything else. If I'm selling clothes, am I selling exactly what the next person is selling? How am I differentiating myself? So our retail has to grow to where we are not copy-pasting, but we are actually differentiating ourselves for future success.
Brilliant. Thanks, thanks everyone. I want to thank members of the panel. I think what I take it, first of all, if you do have question, comment for them, put it down, hand it over to our dear MC. We'll get to them and an answer will be provided. I think this video will be shared at some point, right? Am I right? The video will be shared. They all advise a holistic view to retail. Retail is business. It's massive business, It's a value chain game. I think Belle pointed that out. Pick where you want to pitch your tent and really play it there. You got to expand the frontier. Assortment is critical. I think you mentioned that again. Ade mentioned that we're all trying to carry the same thing. What are you known for? That's important. Retail for Africa is a powerful message because retail is local. I think Ebele started that, and Wambui mentioned that as well. We've got to Africanize that. Certainly, government attention is needed. We'll have someone from NAFDAC here. we need to support retail. That employs a majority of the people here. I think, Joyce, you mentioned about you need data and insight to make the right choice about the customer. But everything boils down to understanding the customer, the shopper, and really playing to the needs of a shopper. Certainly technology will have a play at this. So I want to thank everyone for listening to us. Any comment, question? But just before we forget, we have the Retail Academy LBS. We do have a bouquet of courses for professionals, for your staff, for workers. It's all there. I think that will be emphasized at some point. So you can always get in touch with the team at the LBS, because you need to build capability of your team to be able to win in this market. Thank you very much, MC. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Before we go, could you just step forward a bit for the ground? Great. Please, let's appreciate them one more time as they take their seat. I'm very sure that we've learned a lot, and we will proceed at this point to the next level of conversations that we will have. This time around, we will have breakout sessions to drive home some of the conversations we've had to a deeper level. We have 3 themes that we will focus on in this session. The first being the emerging trends in retail on the continent of Africa. We've seen some of the conversations that have evolved since we started this conference this morning. So this breakout room, if you're interested in joining the conversation on emerging trends in retail, please, you will try to locate the Coca-Cola Hall. Now, there will be ushers to my right, that's to your left, and then to my left, to your right, to lead us in any direction that we would like to go. But the first breakout room will be for those that are interested in understanding the trends, the emerging trends in retail. We have very robust resource persons that will be leading conversations in this session. One of the panelists will be Bayo Adedeji, who is the CEO of Wakena. There is also Ishmael Badije. Pardon me if I didn't get the pronunciation very well. He is the founder and CEO of Innovax Global Health Gambia. And then the last person on that team would be Dr. Eugene Ohud, a faculty member of the Lagos Business School. To lead the conversation would be Sandra Ihenacher, who is the adjunct faculty at the Lagos Business School. So if you are interested in joining this breakout room, you are expected to go to my right and then locate the Coca-Cola Hall. The ushers will be right outside the auditorium to lead you in that direction. But please just hold on before we start moving. Let's go through the 3 groups. Thank you very much. The second group would be dedicated to discussing how to create an enabling environment for Africa's retail community. So we've seen here that there are important enablers that must be in place for retail to really thrive in the continent of Africa. So this particular breakout room is dedicated to taking a deep dive into that. The panelists for that group will be Mr. Carl Turiola, who is represented here today. Then we have Mr. Farouk Salim, the DG of Standards Organization of Nigeria, as well as Mr. Osita Enwe, Barrister Osita Enwe, who is a partner of SRJ firm. Then we have Lorenzo Mayol, who is the General Manager for Glovo. and Margaret Banjo, the CEO of Alta Deca Consultant. So to lead the conversation in that group would be Dr. Belinda Umusu, who is the faculty at the Lagos Business School. Now, if you are interested in joining the breakout room for creating enabling environment for Africa's retail community, please, you're expected to go to my left. There will be ushers standing right there to usher you into. Okay, I think I missed out on that. So those that are interested in this second part will remain in the auditorium. For the sake of clarity, those that are interested in creating enabling environment for retail in Africa, please remain in this auditorium. And then the third group, the focus will be on retail financing. We've heard that there's a lot of need for financing when it comes to getting your retail business right. And in that room, we'll have Professor Oluyombo, who is a faculty at the Pan Atlantic University. We have Dipanka Rustagi, who is the founder of OmniBiz Africa. We also have Andrew Nweb, who is the COO of Retail Supermarkets Nigeria Limited, also known as ShopRite. And last but not the least, we would have Dr. Austin Njoku, who is the chairman and founder of the Priceless Stores Grocery Limited. We have Mr. Haresh, who is still in the house, so he will also be joining the third breakout room on retail financing in Africa. So to lead the group will be Dr. Frank Ojadi, who is a faculty as well of the Lagos Business School. Now, if we don't have questions for this particular group, you will proceed to my left, that is to your right of the auditorium, and then the ushers will lead you to the GT Bank auditorium for your breakout session. In the absence of any questions in this regard, can we all proceed to our respective breakout rooms? This session will last for 40 minutes and we converge again in the next 40 minutes. That will be around 2:10. So see you in a bit. Thank you. Those of us leaving, please do not forget to take your personal belongings. Please. Very important.
So if he appears, Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Belinda Nwosu, and I'll be the moderator for this panel on creating an enabling environment for the retail sector in Africa. I would like to introduce my panelists here today with us. Starting from the far right, Mr. Shino Adegoke, who is representing MTN's CEO. And next to him now is Lorenzo Mayo, the General Manager of Glovo. And to my left, Margaret Banjo, who is the CEO and founder of Alta Deca. Right? And last but not least, we have Barrister Osita Enwe, who is a partner in SRJ. All right? Welcome to the panel, all of you. Great. So I'm here tasked with leading the discussion on creating an enabling environment with my able panelists who are going to give their own opinions about this topic area. But very briefly, just to create the format for this discussion, I will ask each one of you to contribute for 2 or 3 minutes with your opinions about the topic, and then I will ask some questions, and then we leave it to the floor. So get ready with your questions about the topic. So from everything we've heard this morning, I think what strikes me most is that the informal sector is predominant when it talks about retail. And that was a new one for me, and I find that very interesting. But another important point that was brought up was changing lifestyles and demographics. So our last panel also spoke about the fact that we need to change, and at a faster rate than has been normal, because Africa has found itself at the point where we have a very young population and a lot of opportunities. So the big question is, how can stakeholders position the retail sector? And I think that's what we're trying to identify today. However, as always, we need an enabling environment. We need enablers. And we are hopefully going to be able to identify what those enablers are and how we can address any shortfalls in this area. So I know we're representing, there's legislation, there is business, data analytics, we have delivery apps, and we have telecoms. So we're going to speak about it from a very different perspective. Now, what's this enabling environment? What are these enablers? They could be political, economic, they could be social. We're talking about infrastructure. And we also heard today talent. Talent could be one big issue as well. But let's do a deep dive. What do you all see is needed? What has already been created and what needs to be developed? So we'll start with your opening comments, Osita. I think you have a... Okay, he has one. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Belinda. Now, where we are is an interesting place that we are currently, and there are lots of opportunities. Now, perhaps looking backwards, in the health sector, pre-colonial and colonial, data sharing was something that perhaps, looking from a Nigerian perspective, and especially the southeastern Nigeria, the traditional medicine suffered setback because of lack of data sharing. So the typical herbalist would keep everything in his bag, and perhaps the bag is buried with him because it was mystified. Now, we are here today, and like Mr. Eke mentioned, Leo Stan, that whoever says that, for instance, Nigeria is not growing is making a mistake, because there are lots of improvements. And then these improvements will keep going on. Now, from an African perspective, we need to move beyond looking onto governments for handouts. And then how can we, quote and unquote, force change? I think each and every one of us have a role to play. From the perspective of where we are, social responsibility is no longer a question of handouts. It has to be integrated and embedded into all the processes. And what that means is that even ethical business transaction, again, contributes so much to perhaps the common good or the growth of the sector. Now, in Lagos, for instance, the transportation sector, one can say, is retail. Movement of goods, logistics, each from point A to point B on any Lagos corridor, you need to, the tank, what is it called? The truck driver that carries the cargo has to pay, perhaps per kilometer. And it is frustrating. About a couple of weeks ago, there was a strike, and perhaps an attempted strike at best, because it was not supported. Now, the Lagos Park Committee, who has a chairman, is not considered in the formal sector, but the government recognizes it and places a chairman who supposedly is funded from the public funds. These are issues. Now, what services are they offering? These factors rest on the consumer. Now again, from a regulatory point of view, from customer protectionism approach, which, for instance, the Lagos LASCOPA, right, tells you that if a customer complains about a product, it has to be replaced. That's the only option. It has to be replaced. So there's no question as to questioning the complaints of the customer, but the supplier is held by the throat. The infrastructure across Africa, again using Lagos as an example, begs for improvement. Now, we need to take all this into account and to be able to own our sector, and see in what ways we can help towards creating an enabling business environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Osita. Are you suggesting that we should stop looking to government to create this enabling environment and we look down, lower the food chain?
So I will answer this question with a bit of a story. Now, from a fair knowledge of the rail sector, how rail developed in the US, individuals developed it essentially. Now, I'm not saying government, there's no role for governments. That is not my approach. There is a critical role for government. There's a critical role for each and every one of us. People are still doing business, right? Even with the absence of government on Lagos roads, people do business. They mitigate that cost and necessarily push it to the consumer. It's done. So my approach is, what can we do ourselves while trying to force government to a change, not necessarily to a standstill, to a change? Yes.
Thank you for that point. So it's not just institutional, we also have to be intentional about what takes place. Okay, thank you. So let's hear from you, Meg. What are the issues around the enabling environment in retail?
For me, I look at it in two ways. Any economic student will have heard about the micro and the macro environment. And for retail, you can actually look at things in that way, in the fact that what can you actively influence and change, and what is a little bit out of your scope of influence and change. So when I look at that, I'm thinking within the organization, there's a lot you can do to create an enabling environment. Outside the organization, where we start looking at government policies, politics, technology, there is some that you can do, but there are also government policies a little bit out of our hand. So when we're looking for quick to medium-term wins to create enabling environment, we should be looking within our organization. And when we are looking at the long term, what does good look like? Then we start thinking about government policies, the economic environment we operate in, and the technologies that are available within that environment. For me, so a lot of my focus today will be on how do retailers use their internet environment and create an enabling environment within their organization. So when you're thinking about that, you start thinking along the three lines: your people, your customers, the technology, and also the fourth one, actually, your processes. So retail in Nigeria is evolving. I am so happy to see that. We're still, about 10% formal, but both the formal and the informal sector continue to be productive, and they continue to contribute to the environment, to the economy of the country. So both needs to be supported, both the formal and the informal sector, as more and more people cross over to the formal sector. And to be able to do that, it all boils down to how well do you know your customers? What knowledge do you have? What do they want from you? What do they want to buy? Earlier on, we've heard about how do we differentiate? How do we actually do that in real life? How do we differentiate our product? And that comes down to understanding who your customer is, what they want from you, and making sure that you give it to them in an accessible format. So in the merchandising world, we will say you want to have the right product in the right place at the right time at the right price. Merchandising 101. And so this is the focus. Whether you are formal or informal, you want to have the right product. You want to have it at the right price. You want to have it at the right place and at the right time, and make it accessible to your customers. So often, from experience of consulting with Nigerian retailers, and I've done a few here in Nigeria, it's about how do you range build that the limited resources that you have, you're using it to provide the right product that will sell and does not end up in your warehouse, gathering dust, and become obsolete. And that is a big issue, because there is a tendency for people to say, oh, Ada is doing that business, and she looks like she's making a lot of money, but they have no insight, no data into, is she really making money, or she has another source of income? And so a lot of people will go into it and then they'll fail, and then they blame it on their external environment, whereas it is the internet environment that has not been looked after. So in that case, to create an enabling environment, we need to use data effectively. And I'm not talking about data from Nelson. I'm talking from data that you actually gather from your own activity. If you have an EPOS system, a till, an electronic till, that is the starting point. You start gathering data from that electric till. From your EPOS system, you can learn a lot. And gradually, you start building a range of products that actually sells and that people actually want. And that's how you start. And on top of that, you now need people who are able to interpret this data for you. People that you can trust, not to steal you blind, as I've been hearing from a lot of retailers saying that that is a big issue, integrity is a big issue. So you want to create capabilities that will support your business to have better insights of what's actually going on in your business. being able to interpret key performance indicators, and knowing when to get back into your stock. I have to mention now that one of the biggest challenges in this environment is actually the swinging exchange rate. So oftentimes that I've had to come and consult in Nigeria is just when the exchange rate has gone volatile again, and retailers are struggling to have a strategy that gets them out of that pickle and allows them to still be able to make profit and use their last income to still generate the income. Because all of a sudden, your total stock was about 400 million last year. For you to buy the same amount of stock this year, you need 800 or up to 1.2 billion to buy the same amount of stock to generate very similar profit. So that continues to become a challenge. And that is a part where the government have a lot to answer for. Is it a short-term thing? No. Is it medium-term? Yes. Medium to long-term. And I think it is time they start having that conversation before a whole generation of retailers disappear from our environment, just like it did in the 70s and 80s.
Thank you so much, Meg. That's enlightening. So if I hear you, we're talking about the external environment and we're talking about the internal environment. And you've spoken to the internal environment as critical for creating that enabling environment. So it's not just about the externals. But one question that comes to my mind is how inclusive is this? Because when I was listening to you, I was thinking the 90% of people in the informal sector, do they have access to business intelligence at their own level, or does it have to be internet-based, etc.? How do you include that market?
So as I mentioned earlier, if you have an EPOS system, that is a till, and the till captures your sales, that is the beginning of your data collection. And if you're able to run at the end of the day what you sold, what sold the best? How do you make sure that you never run out of your best sellers? That is the beginning of you capturing data. And that's internal. If you don't know how to interpret those data, then you need people who can interpret the data. Often there are training schools for the CEO. I think Lagos Business School does that, where they can train the CEO to look at their data themselves, or have their employees trained to look at those data. But as soon as you have an EPOS system, you sure can gather data and you sure can use it to make your business a lot better. What we do as a consulting firm is to create those capabilities for both the owners and also their staff. It goes a little bit further than that, but usually it's when the business is ready to grow. Definitely, in order not to make costly mistakes, you then need those data more than anything, so that you don't overbuy or underbuy and you actually hit the profit target that you're chasing.
Thank you so much. More questions coming up. We'll move to you now, Lorenzo. And Glovo. I was pretty surprised when I looked up Glovo. So I had to do my background research. So you came into the market and Jumia was already in the market, Konga was already in the market?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so explain to us your experience with this environment and delivery apps like yours. What are the challenges, enablers, etc.?
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you very much, first of all, for having me. I'm super excited to be at LBS. I come from a different LBS, but being here, seeing bright young minds, seeing business leaders of retail, I think that I hadn't seen a forum like this before in Nigeria, and I think that this is necessary to build up the retail ecosystem. So going to your questions, the first thing is, what is Glovo? I'm going to give a very quick introduction. Some of you may have seen Glovo. Glovo is a marketplace, an online marketplace. It goes way beyond just being a delivery app. So what we do is we have groceries, we have food, we have any kind of retail. In more mature markets, if you go all the way from Morocco to Spain to Poland to Romania or to Ukraine, you can buy anything from flowers to sex toys to your grocery shopping. And in Nigeria, being the biggest market that we aim to have inside Glovo is in more than 25 countries. We just tapped the very, 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 very beginning of this market, less than 1% we see. So Glovo decided to penetrate the Nigerian market after launching in Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, seeing the potential of this market. And what we wanted to do was to disrupt, as we have disrupted other markets, through online sales. Thinking about the conversation we were having before with the panelists in this room, there's a possibility to actually grow all of these businesses, to turn informal businesses to the formal sector by going online. And Glovo, what basically is a tool to digitalize small and medium companies and big chains. Companies that maybe don't have the tools to have access to data or to business intelligence, and actually we give all of that to our partners. I think that Nigeria needs this, the capacity of offering consumers the possibility of buying anything from the comfort, the convenience, and the safety of their homes. Actually, I think that this value proposition is actually especially significant for the Nigerian market, considering the infrastructure that the Nigerians have around retail. And going to your second point, to what needs to be developed, I think that for Nigerians to actually adopt online retail, we need to generate trust to consumers. We need a wide range of assortment, and we need business leaders in small and medium companies and bigger chains to be bold and be first movers to go digital with companies like Glovo or other online retailers. There's an opportunity to be that first mover to bring in additional revenue from all of those people that don't want to leave their homes and then just want to scroll and see a whole variety and be delivered within the same day. That's what actually is super disruptive, instead of having to wait for days or weeks. And at last, the standards. I think that what is needed to generate the trust is to offer a unique user experience through the reassurance of being sure that what you get delivered will be always delivered on time and with the specifications that a customer is expecting.
Thank you very much. You finished? Trust. Thank you very much. You finished? Trust and sorry, the second one you mentioned.
It's trust. It's adoption and being bold by companies.
Okay.
And giving confidence.
So I'm speaking to what Meg said. So we have one critical way of collecting data for your partners, right? So I'm just thinking about the retailers on the shop floor who are not able to have mechanics apart from the POS. By working with Glovo, you'll be able to extract data intelligence for them to be able to apply to their businesses, for example. Is that what you're suggesting?
Exactly. We know exactly what kind of products are the most sold by category. We know what kind of impact delivery times can have on user retention, and we know the thresholds that actually trigger a unique experience and retention on customers, and we work very closely with partners to improve the internal operations. We have a heat map, and we know in Ibadan, in Abuja, in Lagos, where are the pools of people that actually want to order. We know the customer segmentation by demographics. So we have a lot of data, and some of the data, we make it on real time available to partners.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. And then we move to Shino, and the telecom sector is massive, but there are issues around enablers when it comes to retailing at that level. Would you speak to us about some of them?
Thanks, Belinda. In the last couple of hours, we heard a lot of opportunities around retail space in Africa. It's an evolving sector with a lot of revenue to be generated. As a matter of fact, I think it was 2018 that the revenue generated from retail was about in excess of 500 billion US dollars. Yeah, and it's still evolving. We've talked about data, we've talked about internal issues. I think the question that business professionals in the industry are asking now is, what is the next thing in the British space in Africa? If you remove bad infrastructure, you remove internet penetration, which is fast growing. I think the last statistic, what's the name now? The last statistic that I saw was around 66% of global internet penetration and about 40-something percentile in Africa.
For Nigeria?
Yeah, for Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're getting a bit closer, Africa and the global. Okay, global is 66, Africa is 40 percentile. We're coming very close. And of course, the delivery issue that he mentioned. What connects all this dots together? And the next level of enabler is the technology. And that's why the new cliche in town is communication is king. If you look at evolution of telecoms and what we've been able to gain from it, from 2G to 3G technology to 4G, it evolves. Up until e-commerce in 2020, no thanks to COVID, which blew out a lot of online transactions and a lot of attending businesses that came with it, from delivery on the bike, from the woman in the market using POS, like somebody said, or even using payment service bank and all that, which is technology-based. The one that connects data that I've heard a lot about here today is the use of the new technology, which is the 5G, which apart from the speed, okay, also a lot of artificial intelligence, augmented reality and all that, that brings to fore, whether you are educated or not, once you can use the phone. Once you can use the phone. And also customer segmentation that I heard about, once you can put your algorithm correctly, it can analyze a lot of data for you that you spend less money on, and also give you a good insight into how you are going to segment your market, your customer, your delivery, smart shelf, and all that. So technology is the way to go. And the earlier we adopt it in Africa, the better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But then we speak to the fact that you want this technology, you want to connect your businesses with the processes, but you don't get the network, you don't get the, issues arise. How can we build around that reality that is ours? I remember someone giving us an instance. He owns a resort near Eleko Beach, and he had POS systems from 3 different banks, for example, and all 3 were not working at the same time. So there was no transaction possible for that weekend at the resort. How do we address these issues? I mean, what can we do as retailers, for example, to address these issues that arise?
I think the solution to that is very simple. For the fact that network is not available, it's a function of relationship with the telecoms around, okay? If they've done their own analysis that this is not commercially viable for them, you can sell a business case to them, the proposition to say, come, this is what I want to grow up. This is what I'm expecting in this business. Come and support me. And we have a lot of, engagement like that on day-to-day basis from fintech that's operating even from the corner of his or her room to the big resort that you mentioned. It's a way of engaging and reaching out. I don't think there's a limitation to that, making it happen.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions from the house while we go on? Yes, okay. Let me come back to you. Well, we have a question here. Could we have the microphone? Yes, coming back to you, Osita. So you're speaking from the perspective of retailers being intentional about addressing their issues and not waiting for the government. How do you reach out to people who don't have this knowledge? Because we've said, I'm harping on the fact that the vast majority are in the informal sector. how do we encourage them? What are the processes we need to put in place to get them engaged, to understand what they need to do for their businesses?
Belinda, thank you. So, in my view, taking the payment system as an example in Nigeria, reaching out to people will have to, again, individuals have to be intentional, and then those who have knowledge and those who have the skill may have to collaborate. Now, I'm aware that all the data that we rely on comes from outside Nigeria. Now, even from a policy point of view, our policy direction, we take it from organizations or donor agencies outside Nigeria, outside Africa, really. So for instance, now this whole discussion on enabling business environment or business enabling environment, the World Bank Group is moving away from it. So we're all waiting for them to see what is next for us, right? Now, in my view, correctly, under Nigerian legislation, NCS, Nigerian Central Switch, should provide us with all the data relating to payment. Now, where do we get our data today? We get it from BCG, we get it from World Bank, and all the other organizations. Why are we, as Nigerians, realizing that our regulators are overworked? Why are we not approaching them? Give us this information. We are more nimble. We are more agile. Again, we could be more nimble. We could be more agile than BCG. And what that means is that we get the organized information and put it out promptly. And BCG could rely on us, a Nigerian firm, on what, for instance, payment is in West Africa, or Sub-Saharan Africa, or entire Africa. These are, intentionality is very important in resolving our problems. Because, again, in Côte d'Ivoire, for instance, their central bank would allow you, once you tick all the boxes, they will not respond. Now, if there's an item outstanding, they will respond. In Nigeria, Nigerian Central Bank will respond to you on any item. So they will write to acknowledge your letter. They will write to request information. They will write, again, man-hour loss. So, but for instance, in Côte d'Ivoire, you need not hear from us. If you don't hear from us after 3 months, please proceed with your transaction. It's an approval. Silence in law is approval. So, and again, I think that players' intentionality means that we need to take an integrated approach to solving our problems. We can no longer function in silos. It has to be integrated. Now, we have a central bank governor that wants to, again, change the Naira notes, and the minister is saying, I am not aware. A critical spirit of Africa is that we are communal. And how can we function, realize that this communal approach to issues is not a setback. It opens dialogue and helps us to make good decisions, which again is what Lagos Business School is teaching about business, about decision making. So a communal approach to regulation means, so again, this another term for it will be multi-sectoral approach or intersectoral, but no longer a sector from regulators only. Why should a regulator issue a framework or a regulation or directives without speaking to the other stakeholders? So for instance, in Lagos State is trying to automate the titling system for lands and acquired computers, because this is what the global standard says, right? If you do this, the problem will disappear. And then they do this, and employees, again, being who they are, not because they are unethical or they are wicked, but they realize that if the computer doesn't work, we still have human engagement, right? And then you need it urgently, and I do the extra, and you pay me. Now, the system is being undermined. It does not help us. We need to come together and then decide that ethics is not something that harms us, but that is there for growth.
Thank you so much. We're coming to the questions now. So I hear you and what you've said about integration. How ready are we to cooperate? So, my dear panelists, how ready are we to integrate and cooperate? Because I see that the enabling environment includes working together. Because if it can't come from on top, then we need to work together. How ready are we to share in that data, in that good practices, etc.? So, Meg, very quickly.
I was actually thinking along that line as I was listening to Osita. Most of my experience is in UK, and I know that in UK, all businesses, at least once a month, will get a survey from the standards agency asking you for information. And this information from the statistics board, and all this information are collated and they use it to support other sources of information. And that's how they're able to tell you retail is doing well, it grew by 3%, it went down by 4% on a monthly basis.
Very difficult to get that
So
from here.
culturally, are we ready to share those information? Are we ready to say, last month I made 200K, I did not hit my target, and why? So I think also as we want transparency, the mindset will also shift, and we'll also see cultural shift along that line, because we will realize that the more transparent we are, the more we support each other and the opportunity for growth.
Fantastic, thank you. I think that speaks to you now, Lorenzo, trust. How do we build trust in the retail sector?
Building trust, basically having customers, come back to your platform or to your business, and to continue to buy and to invest in that particular business. We see it with a lot of metrics, but this is not only on the online world. No, it's also on the offline, and those customers that actually see that they are respected when they're buying, that they see that what they get is what they are paying for, penalize those businesses that don't, but that is a competitive market. And going back to a market that if we are ready to be integrated, I think that in our case at least we are very far away from that. We are open to sharing a lot of data, especially with public organisms, but I think that the first thing is trying the basics. And for us, for example, in terms of regulations, we have a lot of battles to fight, to be able to get enough couriers and to get, for example, enough people with the capacity to work to offer new services. But we will get there, as in the UK, for sure.
How long have you been in the market, in the Nigerian market?
In Nigeria since July last year.
Okay, so less than a year. Okay, fair enough.
A little bit over a year. No, July.
Just before COVID, after COVID, way after COVID.
July 21.
21. Okay, so we'll come to some questions now. Thank you for your patience. Do we have any other questions? Just raise your hand. We have one at the back. Yes.
Thank you, our panelists. Thank you for the opportunity as well. First of all, I would like to disagree with Mr. Osita when he said that when he condemned the incorporation of the transport system in Lagos, that is, we all agree that it was a totally informal sector I meant. So when you said, what are they doing, I think I disagree, because I'm going to use that in relation to creating an enabling environment for the retail, for retailing in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Because if we all look back to what our transport system was in Lagos as a case study, it was very bad. I'm not going to give kudos to anyone here, but someone stood up, and just like you said now, Meg said, there has to be an agreement and integration. Someone went to the government, what can we do to formalize an informal sector? What can we do to incorporate an informal sector. Before, you couldn't get to a park and you would not even be able to identify who is a driver, who is a conductor, and there were a lot of things happening. But somebody stood up and made that bold step, which is why we are here today, for someone to make that bold step as well, to have a proper formal retail academy, and not just starting from the top. I'm recommending that they will start from secondary school and incorporate this retail as a course into our tertiary institutions. I think recently the secondary school curriculum now has a subject called trade, which is new. And then basically from what I've been able to get today from all the speakers, beginning from the first speaker, is a catchphrase, and that is describing retail as an informal thing, which is sad. Even with all the data and statistics we have, it's not looking as if it can happen. But if you look at the example...
Do you want to give us your question or comment?
Yeah, I wanted to ask him that, I made a comment as to him saying Lagos State, transport with Lagos was informal and blah, blah, that he didn't see what they are doing. So I wanted to ask him, using that, your example, which you agree that they have done. You said it. You said they've been able to, formalize it. You agree, you said it. Can't we use that kind of energy for the retail?
And other sectors. Okay, so that's your question.
Thank you very much.
Do you understand the question? Okay, so very briefly, we have another question at the back.
Yes, so I agree, and my intention was, so a lot of improvements. I came to Lagos, so I migrated to Lagos in 2010, and I've been here since then. Now, what happened before, if I did not learn of what happened before, is my fault, right? Now I'm deficit on that. So, but from 2010, there has been improvements, of course, everywhere. And I started by agreeing with Mr. Eke that Nigeria is making progress. Now, there are improvements, but those improvements are not enough. And I just gave an instance that NCS is supposed to be the authority for all the data relating to payment system in Nigeria, and then become the focal point for integration across border. So with all the other West African countries. And are just a department in Nigerian interbank settlement system. It's not even a standalone entity.
So it needs to be integrated, right?
It needs to. So capacity building, we need to be more intentional. So we need to approach and keep persuading, right? And if things are not working, we need to, again, perhaps consider it a social responsibility agenda. No longer for what benefits us on the short term, right? But what is the impact on the long run? So again, for want of time, I know of, I think somewhere in Europe, a company, Netbank or so, sued their central bank, challenging the compliance procedure around data protection. And they succeeded. Here, we have, for instance, in Nigeria, we have a central bank that is saying that the custodians for e-Naira. It is something that is questionable in law. Because the DMBs, if it is a currency, should have that on behalf of the customers, and not the central bank holding it for the customers. So, and these issues, we are keeping quiet. Everyone keeps quiet when things are not going wrong. So for us to move forward, to have collaboration, integration, we need to work together and then look beyond what benefits me.
Thank you so much, Osita. The last question, and then we move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Could you make it as brief as possible?
Yes, it's brief. I have a question for Margaret, and I have a question for Osita. in talking about retailing in Nigeria, we found that it's actually maybe technology and in food business that we have seen a lot of activities. What happens to the other industries? And for Osita talking about creating an enabling environment, we are not discussing government here, but there are a lot of things that still we have to hold the government responsible. How can an item need SON certification and NAFDA certification? Thank you.
Okay, who would like to take that first?
Okay, let me answer the first part about food and technology in retail being the ones that are getting all the attention or that is actually growing. There is something called discretionary and non-discretionary products. Non-discretionary product is food. And to a certain extent in Nigeria, technology is also non-discretionary, as in people need it to survive. So it is natural that as an evolving economy and a developing country, that the non-discretionary sector and categories will continue to grow faster than the discretionary. Discretionary is after you have satisfied your basic needs. Whatever money you have left, you now spend it on this discretionary product, which is fashion, shoes, traveling abroad on holiday, buying tickets from Waka now, and all the other things that you have to think carefully and plan for before you spend money. Now, as the environment continues to grow and thrive, and our economy is more productive, and our GDP grows, and there is more money in actually people's pocket, not in the 1%'s pocket only, but actually in more of the population's pocket, we start seeing these discretionary categories also evolve. Often, people don't know that they need a product until the seller makes it visible as well. So, retailers also have a job to make sure that their products are visible to their targeted audience and to convince them that actually you need my product. It is not just a discretionary product.
Thank you so much. We are almost going to be thrown off the stage at this moment. So, Osita, if you can say it in 2 sentences, then when we just close up. Thank you.
Well, so how can an item, a product need SON certification and NAFDAC approval? Again, how am I sure that this ghost water here actually is 50 cl? So there are questions, right? So SON will tell you that weights and measure is not their job. That it is the weights and measures department under the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, whatever their full names is. So how can we resolve this? Again, they will tell you that this is the regulation or it is the legislation. Now, what can we do? Again, it brings me back to what I had said earlier on, that we need to look beyond the short term. How can I challenge this?
Please
and keep doing business. I will find a way to keep doing my business while challenging this process. Again, I know that some telecoms were getting diesel when there was crisis from the modular refineries that we consider illegal in Nigeria. Now, the CEOs may not know that the diesel that supplies power to the mast is actually from the illegal refineries, the bunkering, quote and unquote. And those bunkerings are being guarded by Nigerian military. So, how can we move forward?
Thank you so much, Osita. Further questions, please write them down and give them to the ushers. Thank you so much, Osita, Meg, Lorenzo, and Sunny. Thank you for your contributions.
Thank you very much. Can we just move forward and take a group picture? And when you turn your back after the picture, you're going to find some tiny gift packs by your chair. Please go with it. It's from Lagos Business School. Thank you. So while they're doing that, the next item is the panel session feedback. However, we're going to skip on that. We are going to share our evaluation and feedback to everyone who has registered for this conference. So if you have questions too, we'll give you an opportunity to share same with us. Thank you very much. The next item is the book presentation, and to take on that responsibility or to play that role effectively would be the CEO of Slot, Mr. Nnamdi Ezigbo. Is Nnamdi here? Yes, he is. I was told not to look at you wearing the suit. Please come up. Thank you. He's going to have the book presentation. Then to unveil the book, which is just at that corner, I'm going to have to call some persons to support him. So if I call you, it means Africa Retail Academy honors you for this occasion too. Thank you.
All right, let me first by saluting your courage for staying this long. Thank you very much for your patience. You agree with me that it's been a long day. All right, and I'm sure you are getting value. Are you getting value? All right, so I think this is the high point of today's event. And so I'm going to be presenting this book. This is a book that is being written by 28 contributors, full of research work. And I'm happy to announce to you that I'm one of the contributors. So we've had wonderful experience today, wonderful speakers, the keynote speaker, the panelists, and they've all made very valuable points as how we can take the retail business to the next level. And interestingly also, they said that the formal retail industry or sector is only about 10%. What does that mean? It means that 90% of those who run retail businesses in Africa are actually running a business that is unstructured, a business that has low-skilled people, a business that has people who are not trained. Now the question is, how many people in Africa actually understand the retail business? Retail business in Africa is not popular enough. Why am I saying this? This is because the retail industry has not been able to attract talents from multinational companies. People who study MBAs, people who study high degrees, and people who are working in multinationals would not want to find the retail industry attractive. Why do we have this problem? Simple enough. The retail industries have not been able to build a structured organization. And so for you to build an organization that can attract foreign direct investors, attract the right kind of partners, you must have the right set of people. So when you have the right set of people, they will help you build what I call the entrepreneurial team. An entrepreneurial team is your soldier, those who will work with you to formulate the right strategy, those who will work with you to come up with your competitive advantage. Most of us who have businesses and we have our strengths, but we don't understand these things. And so how do you grow a business if you don't have the right people, if you don't have the right skills, you don't have the competence? So you're going to be struggling, and that is the problem of most retailers. In my business, when we started, the first 3-4 years were basically the period I call the chaotic period. There was no vision, there was no business plan, all right? So we're just doing business like any other person. No mission statement, no vision, no business plan. And so it was a visionless period, no vision. And so we were able to connect the dots. It took us 4 years to be able to connect the dots. Why? Because we were not knowledgeable about what we should know and how we should run business. So business should be a profession. And you have to have the right skills, right, to run your business. And so today, I am privileged to say that I'm going to be making a presentation of a book that will address the needs of the retailers across the African continents. This book captures the need for you to have the right strategy, how you can attract the right people, how you can manage your inventory, how you can manage your processes by using information technology. The book addresses the need to have a formidable team. If you have the right team, you will attract talents. If you have the right team, you will attract strategic partners. What do they bring to the table? They bring better decision-making process. They bring money. They bring better technology. And at the end of the day, they will take your revenue from where it was to a better position. So today, we're not just talking about a book written by one man or two people. We're talking about a book that was written or is being written by 28 people. I mean, people who are practical retailers. So you can imagine me writing 2 chapters in this book. I'm sure it's going to be very beneficial to anyone who wants to read. So I'm going to be asking us to do something very simple for the interest of the Retail Academy. This is the first time there's a Retail Academy in Africa. So let's give a clap to Lagos Business School. And so the Retail Academy addresses the needs of the retailer with a flavor or a blend of academics. Of course, this is LBS. All right? So I'm going to be contributing my own quota on behalf of my foundation. I'm going to be taking 20 copies of these books, and I'm going to be contributing with 2 million naira. This is LBS. We don't launch books. All right? So I'm going to be asking you to contribute to the Retail Academy. And if you want to buy a copy of this, please, you can always find it outside, and the unit is 7,000 naira. When you buy this book, you are not just buying this book because you want to read it for the purpose of growing your business. You are buying this book because you want to contribute to this LBS Retail Academy. We need to grow more talents in Africa. We need to develop more businesses. As we develop businesses, what do? By extension, we are contributing to the African economy. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nnamdi. He's right. In LBS, we do not do book lunch, but you know, iron sharpeneth iron. Right? Are we correct? Iron sharpeneth iron. So, and there's this popular word I know from a philosopher. He says that those who do not learn from the mistakes of others are fools, but those who refuse to learn from their own mistakes are perpetual infants. So here's the thing. We have a team of professors, authorities in the retail business who have shared their knowledge for free because, 7,000 naira for a book is very cheap. So I'm going to ask some people here to come and sharpen Mr. Nnamdi's iron. I just need 4 volunteers. I'm not calling names, just 4 volunteers. You can come out, but while we're doing that, I'm going to call out some names that would come in and support us to unveil the book. So we call Sandra Ihanacho, please come forward. We call Olatunde Ladi, please come forward to the stage. We call Margaret Banjo, please come forward to the stage. And we call Lorenzo Moyo, please come forward to the stage. While they're unveiling, the 4 volunteers who want to sharpen Mr. Nnamdi's sword, please come along so you can just make a 1-second declaration and be on your way. Thank you very much. Professor Uchenna Uzo, please can you come up here too, please? Do we have volunteers or I'd have to make my pick? Mr. Nnamdi, it looks like nobody loves you that much here. Who wants to sharpen his sword? Volunteers, please. Just 4 persons. You can come up to the stage, it's fine. Prof, this is your material, and this is Professor Nzegu's material. So while they're doing the unveiling, oh, you want to sharpen the sword? Thank you very much. Please come upstairs. Come. I'm not announcing anything. Okay, Usher, please. We have persons who want to sharpen the sword. Please come forward. Okay, so come. Any more volunteers, please?
Yeah, so this is not a book launch, I've been told, and I know it is not. Being so passionate about retail, having spent so many years, I can't express my gratitude enough to LBS, who is driving this phenomenal program to help the young retailers in Nigeria to be able to not only gain knowledge and also get confidence in succeeding. So I am going to be actually contributing 5 million naira to the LBS Academy, and the copies I intend to take from them would be distributed with some of my staff so that they can circulate and read this. And it's all about spreading knowledge, it's all about human capital development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Haraj. So we're not going to take your time. The ushers are here. You know them over there. You can raise your hand and just let them know what you're using to sharpen the sword to support Mr. Nnamdi. But if you want to make a purchase right outside at the registration desk, you would get your copy. Thank you very much. Someone should give Professor Uzo a microphone. Please, he needs to say something while I will probably count 1 to 5 and then we unveil the books. Thank you. Please say something. You have approximately 30 seconds.
Okay, in 30 seconds, I would just say this is wonderful. This is wonderful to think that last year, nothing like this existed. And right now we have this academy, which is going to transform Africa's landscape, retail landscape. Is really heartwarming.
5 seconds.
Thank you. 5 seconds to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So at the count of 5, we will unveil the book. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5. 2, 1.5. 1, half, and 0. Thank you. Again, Professor Uchenna Uzo would have to come back here and give us his closing remarks. Thank you. Sorry, vote of thanks, not closing remarks. Vote of thanks.
All right. I would like to say a big thank you to everyone who has participated in this year's first Africa Retail Congress. Thank you to our sponsors, to our board members, even those that have come from outside Nigeria, all the way from Kenya, Wambui, we're very grateful to you. I would like to also thank the students from Pan-Atlantic University who are here, who left their campus at 6 a.m. to be able to get here at 1 p.m. For this event, something that is meant to be a 30-minute drive. So we're grateful to you for having come. And every other person who has made it possible. I would like to also thank Professor Louis Nzegu, our conference chair, and all the members of the team who have worked tirelessly in the last 6 months to put this event together. Let me just say that this is just the beginning. this is just the beginning of what is going to become the transformation of retail in Africa. Lagos Business School is committed and will not stop to ensure that we have the right policies to support retail, to ensure that we have research, as you've seen from the book of today, to guide decision-making in retail, to ensure also that we continue to have these dialogue sessions where like-minded people can discuss things that will improve how retail gets done. And we are hoping that by the time we host this event next year, we'll have our Francophone audience with us, because Africa, English is just one of the widely spoken languages. There's a strong Francophone market out there. So also let me say that you may be wanting to know what next. If you go to the last page of your brochure, page 36, you will find a one-page representation of what we'll be doing in the next 1 year. We are launching a marketing in retail program and also a logistics and supply chain program in retail, apart from our mini webinar series, our mentorship program, and then our annual congress. There will be other things coming up, but at least the dates of these firmed up ones are there. So I'll suggest that you save the dates as you get ready for that. You will also get feedback forms so that we can know, what we should do better for next year. And finally, try and pick up your copy of the book. Honestly, it's a fantastic book. Not because I'm one of the chapter contributors, but because there are really wonderful insights there that I dare say you won't find out there about how to do retail right in Africa. So I suggest you get your copy. So once again, thank you very much for trusting in Lagos Business School and the Africa Retail Academy.
Thank you very much. At this point, we would like to invite Professor Louis Nzego to give the closing remark. And while he's coming up, we have lunch ready at the foyer. So when we are done, please proceed to the foyer for lunch. There's also going to be dinner strictly by invitation. So the people already have their invites. The venue for that is already on the invite. So we'll be back shortly for that.
Okay, we are now at the end of the first Retail Academy. Okay? I want to say very thank you for coming. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to our Dean, who was here. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to our keynote speaker, Leo Staneke, and also Haraj from Spire. Also, I would like to express my appreciation for my panelists here, those of them that handle the main panelists, are there, and also Bele, and also Joyce, and also Isabel. Thank you very, very much. During this particular period now that we looked at here, we've seen that the African retailer, is now evolving. There are a couple of things that we need to do to be able to evolve it. In the next, after the first 3 hours I've been here, I've been able to find out a couple of things that this particular, academy, this particular congress was able to achieve. Number one, we'll be able to identify we need to develop skill in Africa. Yeah. We have to be able to develop, we need to collaborate to be able to work as one. We're able to also understand that technology is the way to go these days. That with technology, we can be able to do one. And also understand that also it's important that we have to use disruptive, in ourselves in Africa. It's also important to understand that in this part of the world, we have only about, say, 95% still untraditional, that we need to move to the formal sector, so which is very, very important. And that's what Lagos Business Academy is geared towards to improve, by this particular academy they were looking today. So the next level down is that basically, we're going to be looking at bringing all the information we share with you. We'll be sharing with you, via email, so you can be able to help develop yourself. So what made this conference success is the participants also contributed. I was able to go through all the breakout sessions. They were all very, very engaging. So it was very, very exciting to see how people are contributing. So I wish you all the best of luck, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again in November 2023. May you have a safe trip back home. Lunch is ready, right?
Thank you very much. So at this point, it's a good place to thank us all for attending the event until we come your way again for the next edition of the Africa Retail Congress. Keep making change in your respective spheres of influence. Thank you, and bye for now.
Okay, before you leave, we do have lunch to share with you. So aside from the guest speaker, the keynote speaker,